You.
Okay.
False alarm.
I'm trying to fix the mix.
Okay, Alex and Shawn and Ian's people, but you're fixing the thing, so that's why.
What?
There you go.
Ta-da.
Yeah, no, you guys are fine.
Yeah. Yeah, all three bars
We're fine.
Yeah.
You
we're
good,
fine.
Shawn, Ian? You can hear us and everything?
Yes.
Yeah. I think that everyone was just away from the microphones and talking.
Yeah.
I had it
That's why it came
the
through.
auto gain on and stuff.
Well, we weren't close enough to the mics, is what they're thinking.
Oh.
Yeah, I think it was just
it
spatial.
also may have actually been on anything else audio-wise in the room.
Oh,
It might not have been on the microphones.
Tis much audio.
We sit on
here.
default, and default can be anything.
yep.
Default
Default
could be-
is whatever the computer thinks default is.
Yeah.
Default is whatever Windows decides, hey, this
Yeah.
is what you're using this week.
Well,
You know
we
what'd be
had that
cool?
issue a minute ago.
Yeah.
You know what'd be cool right now during the stream? Let's update.
hey, my computer,
No,
I shut
no,
it down.
I update now.
I shut it down. I was like, you want an update? No.
No.
No, don't.
Not right now.
No.
You can do
No,
that
no.
a couple weeks later when you figure out you broke something.
All right. Well, unexpected. You know, it's a fun way to start, to be honest. I think. I'm just going to sit here and be quiet.
Roll for initiative.
Let's just be quiet
There is
for 2 hours.
There is a depiction of the Eyelit Warf currently on the screen that you two can't see.
Oh, cool.
So
Yes.
let us know how it looks.
Oh, I can switch it over for a second.
I know it's fine.
Well, I got to reset my OBS blade anyway.
Just don't blink. You might not see it.
Okay.
I haven't
not-
switched yet. I'm working
Keep your eyes up. There you go, Shawn.
I'm not blinking.
Every
I'm not
time,
blinking.
every time before we start, you have to clip.
Okay,
There
let's
you
go.
guys go. Yeah, you guys are over here on this boat. So it's just a,
I'm on a
it's just
boat.
kind of a depiction.
Oh, put a
Yes.
light on them.
Light on who?
The characters.
Why?
Oh,
Why?
make it look cool. Just for a second.
Right now.
I mean, it's
There
you
you go. See
Yeah.
some dynamic lighting.
go. Yeah. I mean, you're not wrong. Don't give me even more reason to want more lights down
You
here.
can-
It's hot enough.
It was actually doing something?
Oh yeah.
see?
See,
On the-
it gives shadows to the characters. see?
I see the
Yeah, yeah.
reflection. there.
Yeah,
I see.
yeah. I don't really have a light on. I mean, the thing is I'm recording. We're streaming via a webcam, a digital battle map, which is bad enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really cool that it's not flickering or anything, you know. So that's a win in my book. But welcome to Whiskey Dice. My name is
welcome.
Brad. I'll be your dungeon master for the evening. As always, I'm joined by the stars of the show. Say hi, everyone.
Hello.
Hello.
Whiskey Dice is because we like to drink and have fun, play D&D on Fridays. Tonight, Andrea picked out a bottle of 2XO, their Oak Series, which is fun because it's another one of those things we talked about last week. It is produced and bottled by the Prestige Beverage Group in Louisville, so not distilled. So I don't know enough about 2XO to know where it's actually distilled or if it's MGP or what. But it is out of Louisville, which is a stone's throw away for us.
Yep.
But 92 proof, so a little bit lower than what Alex and I are used to, but that's what him and I are drinking tonight. The girls are drinking sake, so is Chris. He's not a girl.
That's fine. You call me a girl.
I'm so sorry. Cheers, by the way.
Cheers.
Cheers.
And what are my esteemed remote boys drinking
Diet Coke, baby.
every time?
Only the finest drink to come out of Montana. Montucky Cold Snaps. Please sponsor me.
Did you say Montucky or Montucket?
Montucky Cold Snacks.
Montucky Cold Snaps?
That's a very interesting name.
It is.
It's very interesting.
show
What
me the
kind of
can
a
again.
drink is it?
Show me the
It's
can
a
again.
burr.
It's a burr.
Show me the
Beer.
goddamn can again.
Burrs.
It has a pony, a white pony.
What kind of-
Is that pony shitting
What kind of beer
an
is
orange
it?
rainbow out of its ass?
It's your basic like pilsner. So like
Oh.
think of PBR and yeah.
When you
That's
say
not
basic
that
basic
level.
pilsner, what you're saying is basic bitch American pilsner,
Yes.
not actual pilsner.
yes.
Watered down American beer. It's a craft beer. It's probably come better than like Miller Lite or PBR.
Yeah.
Piss water.
Yeah, PBR still to this day is one of the only beers that makes my kidneys hurt when I drink it.
I'm not a big beer drinker, but that one particularly.
Yeah, I hate it. I never got on the train. I
didn't.
never. You like PBR?
No,
Good man.
I have tried so many beers.
Yeah.
To just see if I can like something. No,
Oh, you don't like beer?
no, not at all. And like we're talking like from like 12, and
Yeah.
my dad had a beer. And like, you want to try it? I'm like, all right.
Let's say I got on it. pretty
17,
early on.
17. I drink a little more.
Yeah.
No, you have rest.
I've always liked it. But Ian's the same way. Ian hates beer. Ian hates beer. He hates coffee. He's got a
don't
really
like coffee.
interesting
He
palate.
also doesn't do
Yeah,
coffee.
I've got a really strongly receptive bitter palate.
Yeah.
So like all I taste is hops. All I taste is coffee beans.
Yeah.
So,
No, I'm the same way.
Yeah, I get
yeah.
it.
I have people try to tell me this is supposed to taste like this. I said this tastes like
Man, I can't
Peach
count
Bud
how
Light.
many coffee with vanilla and
How many people have
how many-
tried?
how many beers that I
You've
tell you
just
what,
trading
it's
for us.
sour beers.
I did
are-
get him to drink sour.
They trend
some
in the
sours.
better direction.
yeah. I can tolerate most sours.
There's
I
like I
can
said,
do with
there's. Go ahead.
what do they call them? Like the fruitier beers.
Like a goza,
Yeah, go.
goose,
Oh,
goza,
fuck.
fruities.
Yeah,
not
goza.
fruities. Not fruity.
Gozas.
sour.
Fried dumpling.
Not
no,
goza.
they're like
Gose.
Yeah.
Goes and goza. It's
Not go say.
natural fermented
Oh,
sour
yeah,
beers.
that's the
Yes.
okay.
It's like not a beer, but it's like a beer
Cider?
kind of drink. Cider.
Yeah,
There you go.
Fucking
Yeah.
cider's good.
Yeah.
Cider's
yeah, I
always
can-
good.
You want a
I
cider?
like
I can
cider.
drink. I can usually
no,
drink
it's
ciders pretty good, but
I'll say there.
I'm
We have
good.
some
I'm fine
cider.
with
We're,
I think
me
the,
too.
the only thing I used to bartend over at Flip Daddy's over in Gordon.
Yeah.
And
Oh, yeah.
the only thing that I liked from there that I could drink that was out of the tap was there's like a Bam Bam Fruity Pebble
Yeah.
mix, and
Nice.
that's what it tasted like was Fruity Pebbles. Like, all right, I can drink
Oh,
this. That was about it.
I bet you the good old boys at that bar gave you so much shit. He can't drink a real beer. Look at him. Ha 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 ha.
None of the
man.
none of the customers saw it, and the
Yeah.
bartenders there. I even fair warned them. I don't drink beer. They're like,
Okay.
oh,
Yeah, so
okay.
you're not really going to be able to point out like.
Yeah.
So anytime,
Well,
every time anybody asks me, I'm like, hey,
What's that supposed to
Man,
taste
you could
like?
you could literally just kind of Google the description and get
Oh, that's
away
what
with
he
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Flip Daddy's has a lot of beer on tap.
Oh yeah.
also the
They do.
GM likes to swap the beers out constantly. So it's
Yeah,
like,
that's pretty
track 'em.
common. That is, I mean, you got to stay relevant in the craft beer
No,
scene.
this isn't relevancy. This is him on a whim.
Oh,
Yeah.
He bartends on Bardstown or 4th Street. I can't remember where. So,
yeah.
Oh.
Well,
he's
that,
used
that
to,
kind of
uh,
makes sense.
Busy, you know.
You got to make. I mean, but all the
It's
popular
4th Street.
spots
Oh,
around here that
um,
have like 50 taps, they do
Is it
rotate
Rick?
things so often. Rick,
is that who it is? Or no, it's not Rick. It's the other guy. It's the white dude.
what are we
I
talking
worked
about?
with him. No, I worked
Oh.
with him at in Jeff.
Yeah.
who the guy I'm talking
Oh,
about?
Yeah.
Ricky.
Yeah.
His name's Ricky.
Ricky?
Yeah.
yeah,
Actually, I went to
Ian,
Prosser with
say
him.
Ian served for a long time, so
Yeah.
He
All
worked
over
out
the
at
West
Charlie's. I
End
don't think
restaurants.
he knew Mom though. So
yeah. Who knows though?
Oh, Charlie's is gone.
Yeah.
yep, it's long gone.
Really, we're really pulling the veil back on our neighborhood
I know.
things, aren't we?
Oh yeah. I know.
Hilarious.
Charlie's is gone. Just Google it. You'll find it eventually.
There's still Charlie's around. I
Yes.
saw that
Not corded.
Red Lobster's shutting down like 50 locations.
Close their doors
Man.
without telling anybody.
Yeah. Well,
Classic. Gotta love it.
the conspiracy, I guess they blamed it on the bringing in too many of the pores. That's the stupid article I wrote. They did the all you can eat shrimp or whatever, and it said they brought in an audience that they didn't actually want.
That's
Oh
fucking.
my god.
People who
wow.
want shrimp.
I'm sure this is just people
Wow.
online.
Either way.
saying- I'm sure it wasn't Red Lobster that said this. This is what people are what's the word?
Conspiring.
Conspiring to say.
Conspiring.
Yeah, but wouldn't that be funny if it was the truth? If the all you could eat shrimp just took
They
you down.
they literally ate them out of business.
That would be
Here-
hilarious.
here's the thing. If it starts eating you out of business, you stop serving it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say I haven't been there in years.
It's
Years
never
and years
killed
and
a
years.
fucking buffet, so I don't think.
No.
It's,
Yeah,
Except
man, I missed the buffet in Corden though. What, Ponderosa?
Which one? Ponderosa?
from forever ago.
Fuck, Yeah.
Yeah, Ponderosa
Oh, God,
was
that's
shit.
old school.
Yeah,
right
dude.
there.
Yeah.
Dude, I grew up in
Fuck,
Corden,
we was
bro.
like Man,
That's Ryan's.
10?
Ryan,
Yeah,
let's go
I'm a
grab
Ryan's
salad
guy.
after salad.
I was-
after
we were
salad.
Ryan's boys,
mac
too.
and cheese.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it got so bad
platefuls of
toward the
Ryan's
end.
mac and cheese.
Oh yeah, I got real
That's
bad.
every buffet. They start
Yeah.
off fucking hot as hell, and then
Yeah, and then just
Yeah.
yep.
And then you come dog.
I think we know so many people that work there too. Like
Yeah.
my mom
Yeah.
worked there, my aunt worked
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
Your mom worked everywhere. In
My mom
Corbin.
worked everywhere in Corbin. You right? She got around. Love you, Mom.
I'd have phrased it different, but I see what you're saying.
No, I'm not gonna phrase it different. I know what I meant.
She probably does too.
It is what it is.
On that, what are we doing here in the scene?
Oh,
D&D, that's right. Yeah.
That's right. We're in a D&D podcast.
So welcome back to the A Realm Reborn campaign. Tonight is Chapter 10, Red Waters. I just wanted to say Red Waters and then get real silent. Anyway, last session we kind of took our hair down in the proverbial sense there, and kind of just let loose. We expedited things. We had fun. I just wanted to give the players a much needed break in between leaving Tutorial Island and making it back to civilization.
And him almost murdering me.
Yeah. I did. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I technically did.
Yeah, you did.
So during the fight with Xyrra, I definitely did. But last session, we did not make it. Other than choosing the successors of the Eyelit Warf. Hold on. Where's the music, man?
Of Sorbo.
We left the Isle of Sorborg after choosing our successors. Brunica was going to lead the Snaky Snakes. Music's just not playing. I'll figure it out in a minute.
There it goes.
There it goes.
Interesting.
It knows it's Friday. It's trying to take a break.
Well, I'm pretty sure it's
It's not showing up on OBS though.
playing on my phone.
I'll do
Everything
it.
makes sense. It needs to be sent to the podcast.
I'm just gonna play it here for a moment, and I'll fix it in a minute. I'll let you guys
Hell yeah.
RP for a minute after I do the introduction. I don't know what's happening tonight.
It's fine. This is
I'm
all
just-
fine.
Fuck you, Spotify. Anyway, so listen. Last session, we chose the successors of Sorborg and then left. We've dubbed Sorborg Tutorial Island for many reasons. If you listen back, you'll figure out why. We chose Nalia, Kaelin, and Brunica. Brunica being Weiler's character, he played 2 sessions with us in this campaign. Anywho's, we chose our successors. We left them to their own, devices and futures, and we jumped on the Oleander and took to the Fringe Lands Bay, heading back to the Eyelit Warf. And the reason I say that we let our hair down is that we ran into Symbolath, which is a giant ancient sea turtle that has a tavern under its shell. The tavern under the half shell. You guys got to drink, you got to eat, you learned some music, you danced a little bit, you had a good time. You got a little bit of ketchup, not the condiment, ketchup as in lore of kind of about what's been going on the past couple months from a nice dwarf, a soul transporter from Yardoon. And you have an idea of what's going on. And you guys also got mail. We Blues Clues did a little bit. Elmadan's Ethereal Couriers brought you some mail. You guys have a lot going for you. But it was only 10 sessions ago that we were here where we're about to be.
That's right.
Back at the Eyelit Wharf.
I don't know where I am.
Yeah, so the Eyelit... Yeah, I'm going to have fun with you tonight.
Someone hold me.
God.
You guys did do battle with a young sea leviathan. And in felling it, it seems to have been some kind of, maybe not, hazing's a kind of a harsh word. It was some kind of a test, perhaps, by Symbolath. And when you emerged, Symbolath welcomed you to the Guild of Guild of Corals. I'll go over that real quick for you guys before we jump into the session. Being a member of the Guild of Corals, excuse me. She's showing the map of kind of where we are and where we're going.
Yeah, so we were here. We're
yeah.
coming down here. That's
Yeah.
the turtle. You see a
Yeah.
turtle.
By the way, all you dungeon masters, man, Legend Keeper is so good for just running a campaign. All your players can get on there and be collaborators, have their own little journals. They can see maps and it's awesome. Anyway, being a member of the Guild of Corals, Symbolath gave each of you a coral medallion. This coral medallion does two things for you. You can concentrate on it and get a general cardinal direction of where Symbolath currently is within the sea, wherever you are. Whether you're in the Fringe Lands or you're out at one of the other seas, it'll give you generally a cardinal direction. What you do know is that Symbolath typically resides within the Fringe Lands, which is the Fringe Lands Bay, which if you're in the Fringe Lands and you call it a sea or an ocean, you'll get yelled at, just like if you were in, you know, the U.S. down in the bay. Anyway. The second thing you can do is you can concentrate on the medallion that he gave you and break it, and it'll send essentially an SOS to Symbolath, and he may or may not head in your direction. If say that you get lost at sea, something like that, maybe he'll come and help you out. You never know. But each of you got one, so you're now forced members of the Guild of Corals. It's literally just a fun little hangout in between, you know, like we did last session, kind of in between arcs. Go have some fun. Maybe go chat with Symbolath, get caught up on things that are going on, etc., etc. But we've gotten back on the Oleander. The Eyelit Warf is but a few nautical miles away, and as I go fix Spotify, I'm going to let you guys open up tonight's session, do a bit of chatting about things you've learned and what you expect heading to the wharf. Be right back.
Poor Brian.
So, in case you guys didn't notice, guns don't work underwater.
I did notice that. Yeah.
I could not do much.
Well, at least you kept our one friend from floating away.
I tied a rope to her. I wouldn't call that a genius in
Well, it
inventing
still
or
kept her
anything.
there. It still
This
kept
is
her there.
true.
You did keep me bound, although I don't know if you would have had the strength to truly pull me.
Maybe try a hand
Ouch.
crossbow.
I have an idea. At least I think I have an idea.
What are you gonna make it waterproof? That would be cool.
In a sense.
That would work. In the rain?
I just need a forge. I need a forge. I need to make things.
You know,
I make things.
you do.
I,
You make great things.
thank you.
Perhaps we should return you to the forge underneath the Elate Seal.
Ooh.
I
It
feel
was a
that
forge
forge
seal.
would have a good foundation for you to be able to craft weapons, although we might need to find more alloy for you to use.
I mean, if we don't have alloy, I could still do something with a forge. Doesn't have to be the best of materials, just something.
I'm sure they have a forge in Duskendale, don't they, Sir Cedric?
Of course.
Oh, well, see,
It's a fine forge.
break a siege, and you can have access to a fine forge.
Right.
No issues whatsoever.
Breaking a siege, you know, that's just something people do every day.
It's a
You just
Tuesday.
you wake up. You know what? We're breaking a siege today, honey. Let's go.
I feel like I've had this conversation before.
Well, you know what? We had this conversation before. Because remember, the siege started, and then we went underneath the forge that happened,
Yeah.
and then that asshole kidnapped us.
Well, yeah, it is a little different. Like we were stuck on the inside that time. Now
Okay, yeah.
we're on the outside trying to go in. So, speaking of, how fast is this ship, Sir Cedric? Like, what did you think it could be? Like a
Anybody have rope with knots in it? We could count it.
It goes about. it goes
Nice.
anywhere from 5 to 10 miles per hour.
oh,
We talked about it last time, and we decided to go mid, so we were
7
going
or
for
8.
7.
Yeah.
yeah, that's right.
Yeah, the Eyelit Warf, by the way, Sir Cedric, it's within view. So just whenever you're ready to head in, you let me know. You and the party.
I mean, I'm
Let's get
good.
our asses in gear and go.
Yeah. So we pop in.
Lock it.
It's gonna be fun.
So,
Does the bay look busy?
I'm about to tell you.
Oh yeah. duh.
We haven't had a
Getting ahead
long
of
rest
myself.
since our battle with the baby Leviathan, correct?
There should have been, because so we expedited a little bit. You guys would have been able to have taken another long rest before making it to the wharf.
Okay.
Rosie, I swear, if you step on a cord, I love you. Anyway, so as you begin to make your way in, I would say that I'll just go over my description. You take what you will. The once bustling and somewhat friendly docks are now much gloomier than before, and in a state of disrepair. As you approach, the lighthouse now sits in ruin, and a gang of unsavory types wandered the docks. Many of the ships here sport a similar flag. In the center is a glowing blue phosphorescent skull. The eye sockets are deep and seem to flicker in the gloom. The background is a deep black, and crossing behind the skull are two ghostly cutlasses. Beneath the skull is a chain that appears broken. Those that wander the wharf wear long dark coats hardened from salt and the winds of the sea, most adorned with trinkets and charms of different sorts. Underneath, they don dark leathers and cloths that blend with the night. Their weapons are interesting as well, often glowing that same sheen as the skull in their flag. Their demeanor is filled with swagger and confidence. As you kind of come in, the dock's outer wharf is now littered with shipwrecks, as well, like they're literally protruding from the dark waters as you get closer. Where there once were stalls, remember? There were some stalls selling goods. It's now filled with tents and makeshift hovels housing these dark figures that are wandering the wharf. But there's something interesting, something that wasn't here before. There's a new landmark, an imposing fortified warehouse that seems to have been built recently and nearby. You can kind of see it off to the right in the distance. It's surrounded by high walls and guarded. Its red painted walls are streaked with salt and grime, giving it a bloody appearance. Its gates are now open as these dark figures carry crates full of wares inside. So, as you're making it close, so this is what you see before you make landing. So, you haven't made landing yet, but you see this, and there's no alarm being raised. There's no one, like, shouting. Like, you see other ships here. Most of them are donning this flag, but there's other merchant ships here as well that are docked. You do see a spot or two that could fit the Oleander if you chose to make landing. What would you guys like to do?
Right, I forgot this is where the siege started, basically.
Is the Oleander like flying colors of her own? Like, does the ship hold allegiance to something?
Question for your paladin.
No, it'd be my own ship.
Okay. Just checking.
How would you guys like to proceed?
Well, it doesn't seem that they're raising alarms. So we have a possibility that we could enter the wharf without any opposition.
Should we get questioned? What should we say?
Yeah, why are we here?
Our friend is here to visit his home. And we're his travel companions.
They're gonna ask us some sort of docking fee or tax of some kind.
Oh, yeah, most definitely.
The question is how much?
Yeah.
Well, considering we don't have any goods, it may be somewhat lower, but they may be suspicious of us, considering we don't have goods, and just having regular passengers aboard a ship, regardless of stature, may still cause them to be aggressive.
I mean, we could just tell them, the truth. We were taken hostage on Sorborg. We were able to escape and free ourselves and commandeered a vessel and came here.
Well, they have seen Simbalath.
It's the closest port.
He didn't hear you.
DM.
Say it again.
What have they seen Simbalath? Or we've been too far out?
Oh, you were at least 50, 60 miles out
So they would not
when that
have
happened.
seen him.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, but they know of the island, I would assume.
Of Sorborg?
Yeah. Probably to avoid it.
You can assume.
Yeah.
Everett, I do understand your forwardness with the truth of our travels. I just feel they will not care for such things, and they will be aggressive nonetheless.
They're not going to care what we say. Unless we have gold to give them. Which I do not.
I have some.
I have a little.
I don't have anything but what you see me wearing.
Do you really want to spend it on these thieves, though? On a place to park?
Not particularly. I do like to keep my gold.
So our intentions are not to persuade them to let us stay, but to make sure that they know we will stay.
I mean,
We could also just tell them that we're not going to pay.
that's... Yeah,
We could.
Yeah.
It will just be how they react to that.
Could be hard news.
Well, what are we waiting for then?
You
Police
said
on land.
Go ahead.
there's other merchant ships.
Yeah, you're not there's not... There are plenty of ships flying the colors of this band of brigands, but yeah, there's merchants that are docking, talking to deckhands, or the kind of those that oversee the wharf. Crates are being unloaded.
Are there, like, maybe any headed out of port?
Currently,
Yeah.
roll for me a perception check. Let's see.
Nice. Oh, that's actually pretty good. Perception. 17. Yeah.
You see two ships leaving, but they are flying the colors of that flag. They do kind of give you dark gazes as they go by. Their ship's much bigger, sending waves across the Oleander, kind of making you move about a little bit.
Well, I was gonna. Hopefully, maybe we could ask one of these other friendlier looking ships, but.
Would there be anybody around that looks to be like my size, or do I stand out like a sore thumb?
I would say passively, and we're still a good distance from, like, you just see little figures walking around, but you'd have to kind of squint and look. Yeah, I'd say that you probably at least think of yourself as bigger than most of the individuals that you see, especially on the dock currently. You're too far out for me to really describe who is working the dock at the moment, but no one looks as big as you.
I would look around at everybody and be like, is my size going to be a problem?
It may be a solution.
Could be a solution. Yeah.
Possible. Yes.
Fair enough.
Well, the longer we sat out here, the more suspicious we look. So.
I think we are best to just dock.
All right. We going in, Sir Paladin.
Talk it up.
So as you pull in, you go around a good-sized sailing vessel, merchant ship it seems, and the spot where you usually would dock the Oleander is open, so you begin to slide in. You do see an individual heading in your direction as you do. You spot a tall, imposing man giving orders. He looks to be the leader of this lot that's kind of running the wharf currently. Battle-scarred, eyes of severe intent, give him a very fierce facade. His tower shield is emblazoned with this ghostly skull, matching the pirate flag. And if you're looking at the map, the gentleman that's walking forwards right here, and you guys are pulling up in the oleander here, and he kind of comes walking forward. Before I kind of open up there, I'm going to give you a description of some of the other interesting figures on the wharf itself before we have a conversation. Off to, let's see, over here kind of on the right, there, let's see, we have a stocky dwarf with a wild beard, interwoven with beads and small trinkets. He sports several daggers on his belt line, seems to be carrying some crates heading toward that giant red building. An interesting one, you see a small wiry goblin right there. Excuse me. He seems to be covered in soot and burns. He has this maniacal grin plastered on his face, and you can almost hear him in the distance just being like, boom, just over and over again, just talking to himself. Let's see, you do see a dog walking across the wharf here and there. Every now and again, you hear someone yell out the name Snacker, and he comes running, looking for a treat. He's a large, muscular dog, wears a specially fitted set of leather armor, studded with metal. You see an individual that really stands out over yonder here, next to the puppers, so that direction. He almost seems to be enveloped by wind, in a way. Maybe it's just his cloak. His robes seem constantly damp, hair like flowing water. This man kind of exudes magical energy that sends chills in your direction, just kind of as you look over there. But as we go back, and there's some other individuals too. These are just to represent kind of other people walking around that seem to be wearing the same colors as the rest of them or adorned with that sigil. But the man comes over, puts a foot on the oleander, halting it. And Cedric, I kind of have you next to where you would have been directing it in back yonder. But he looks over everyone on the boat. And he smiles a very warm and welcoming smile. Well, hello there, lovelies. Welcome to the Eyelit Warf. Do you seek landing?
We do, yes.
Interesting. Never seen you before here.
Well, how long have you been here?
Kind of looks up. 3-4 months.
Yeah, we were here before then. I don't see you around here very often.
I doubt that you see many that you've seen before. And he begins to really scrutinize you, and then he scrutinizes you, Jophiel. From the church. You guys are both wearing armor, showing your sigils and things, so he kind of looks you over. What business does the church have in the Eyelit Warf?
We are not here on business with the church.
And what business are you here upon?
Well, we've just escaped the island of Sorborg. We were held captive there for many months, and we've just broken away.
Roll for me a persuasion check.
Could I aid him?
How would you like to aid him?
Yeah, we lifted the curse of Sorborg. It is now a free land, ready for trade.
I'll give you advantage, even though we stumbled the name pretty hard.
16 and 6 is 22.
That's pretty good.
Oh yeah, your charisma.
I can't say that I've ever been to Sorborg, but if that's true, that's horrible.
Oh, it's a lovely place now. Even the birds and the squirrels are in harmony.
Started off pretty fucking horrible though.
Oh yeah, it was
kinda-
awful.
He does kind of smile as you guys are talking. Are you heading to the Wayfarer's Rest? Or are you heading down the Lindall Trail to Duskendale, perhaps?
We haven't really made up our minds just yet. Still fresh out of escape. May take some time and formulate a game plan of sorts.
All right. And he takes the foot off, pulls out a ledger and begins jotting things down, but his eyes do gaze up toward you as he's writing. Well, as you can see, the Eyelit Warf is under new control. That may be a little bit different than before when you were here. things are still running just as smoothly as they were before. The only difference is that we're here on official business from Port near Serenity, deemed worthy by the Council of Yardoon. You can refer to us as official tax enforcers. And he smiles a big toothy grin. We're just making sure that all mercantile efforts that come across and back from the Lindahl Trail are fair. With all the new tax increases, we're just here to make sure that everything is coordinated.
I'd like to do an insight check.
Right ahead.
Huh. We did not hear that. Which council representative signed off on this bill, if you don't mind me asking?
The entirety of the council.
14.
And it's being backed by Eldon Windrider. With a 14, he actually, there's... he seems very truthful in everything that he's saying.
Okay.
As I said, we're just here to make sure that everything is going accordingly.
Yeah, it's just weird that y'all are doing it and not the Eladar.
The Eladar have never mingled in the affairs of official tax enforcers. And he does gesture toward the pirate flags. Here's something that you would know. There is a loose... Not a loose. There's
like a treaty.
There's a treaty among the pirate lords of Alora. It is not odd for these individuals to be out at sea. As long as they don't cross certain lines, they're literally able to do what they want. But it does seem that apparently the Council of Yardoon is now employing these individuals. So that is something to take note.
Which isn't like Rora's port.
Yeah, the pirate hub, essentially.
Yeah, that's a big one. Right?
Yeah, near Yardoon, actually. And that's mainly to keep, so that Yardoon, the High Lords, could keep an eye on them. No, this is out of the ordinary. Something is a little fishy here, but you don't know what it is yet. But as you're looking around, Everett, all of you, very kind of skeptical, like seeing what's going on, you see other mercantile ships unloading their wares, and each of them, all the ship captains, just have this look of despair on their faces when they get done talking to these individuals. You watch as more than half of their wares are being unloaded by the pirates themselves and taken into the Crimson Hold, is what it's called, that red fortified building. There, in the way of tax, it seems that if you don't have the coin, you're paying in your supplies. But this man, my name is Corliss, by the way. I run the wharf now. You're new here, so you probably don't know about the landing fee. Typically, it's 20 pariths a head, so I'm counting 6 of you. 120 pariths. But I'll give you a slight discount if you want. We'll call it an even 100.
Mm-hmm. Well, you see, we don't have any coin because of the enslavement, you see.
Yeah.
Well, if you don't have coin, if you have anything to offer, that would work as well.
I would happily, but again, the enslavement, we don't have wares either. You're free to search the ship if you'd like, but there's just little, if nothing else, on the boat. Is there no way you could maybe forward the fee to the conclave of Duskendale? They can pay on my behalf.
You know, usually we would be able to do that. But with the strife between the High Lords and the cities and the church as of late, coordination that way probably would not work. As you guys are talking, he seems ready to... He's like halfway through saying, like, well, it seems like we really don't have any room for you. But another man comes walking up. And this individual is in a heavy cloak. And it's kind of warm out. He's limping super hard. And as he gets close, he kind of pulls back the hood. 4 of you recognize him. You specifically recognize him, Sir Cedric, as Brother Marcus. He's the one that looked after the oleander and your horse and wagon while you would dock here all the time. You can see he's hiding a cane underneath his cloak. His arms are showing heavy bruising, scarring. His face too. He's missing 2 of his front teeth. His hair has patches of bald, and he comes kind of hobbling up. Mr. Corliss, sir, I would be willing to work your shift this night if you allow my friends to dock here for free this week. If that be okay, sir. And Corliss kind of turns and smiles at him, then turns back to the rest of you. Why didn't you say you knew one of the dock hands here?
No reason, I suppose.
He kind of licks his lips. 3 shifts, Brother Marcus. That'd be fine, sir. Well, it's your lucky day. Enjoy the Eyelit Warf. And with a very interesting smile and grin, he begins to walk away.
While he was talking,
Yeah.
was it just him? Or was there anyone else starting to approach that, maybe didn't look like
Perception
they had
check.
much to do?
Perception check.
Can I also?
Sure. What are you looking for? Kind of the same thing?
Yeah, like as I realized that he was still looking for something when we had nothing, I would have been on guard.
What'd you guys get?
I got 6.
15.
15? Did you either
I
you
didn't
want to
roll.
roll? Okay. Either you two want to roll? Cedric, you were talking, but Alex, did you want to roll? Mr. Dawnkeeper?
No. Can you spell out that main person's name? That's
Corliss?
Notes. Yes.
Coreless. With 16?
15.
15. The other individuals that I spoke of, that I detailed to you, are the ones that are definitely keeping an eye in your direction. They seem to have been not faking what they're doing, but hanging around awfully close to Corliss. And as Corliss begins to walk away, each of them begin to kind of fan out and go back
So,
to actually working.
Like the 5 that were definitely
yes.
detailed.
Yes.
And then maybe a couple more. It's hard to tell, but
Yeah, hard to
definitely
tell.
like 5 of them.
Oh
Okay.
yeah, no, these are definitely pirates, and they were definitely
Ready
checking
to-
you out. But Brother Marcus does kind of with with pain in his face, his eyes befall you, Sir Cedric, and he smiles, a genuine smile. Mr. Cedric, do you still walk in the light of the pillars, or have you cast yourself into the shadows of which they despair? Something that he
No.
always asked you.
I still walk in the light, Marcus.
Oh, that's good. It's a pleasure to see you. And it seems that you've brought some new allies. I overheard you were captured and sent to Sorborg. We were told that you were dead.
We were going to be, but we were able to make it away.
I'm very honored and glad to hear that. By the light of Essos, I prayed for you each eve.
Thank you, Marcus.
He looks around. It's not safe to speak here. And he kind of... It's really hard for him to bend down, but he does. I have a small campsite at the T, near where you would go towards Sentinel Hill or the jungle. If you want to meet me there tonight in 4 or 5 hours, I have some things I would like to tell you, if I could. He
Well,
swallows
can I
really hard.
insight that?
Yeah, go ahead.
15 plus 2 is 17.
He seems pretty truthful. There's just fear in his eyes as he gazes to the left and right, looking at those that kind of wander about.
Makes sense. I will be there, Marcus.
Good. Don't leave anything on the oleander. I'll watch it for the next week, but make sure that you're back within 7 days, or it probably won't be here anymore.
Yeah, of course. There's nothing there anyways.
If you want, and we'll talk about it later, I can sail it down either side of the coast and put it somewhere, hide it, if needed. He's kind of whispering this.
That might be best. We don't know when we'll be back.
We'll talk about it tonight. There's others,
Yeah.
like those that were kind of watching, like even Corliss is hovering very close.
Yeah.
Brother Marcus begins to help tie up the oleander, stationing it to the wharf.
I'll get off and help him.
You do?
Yeah.
He begins to kind of just point the easiest way to get out of the wharf and head toward the Lindahl Trail. It's very much as you guys, because even you two came down this before. Have you ever traversed this area of the world, would you
No.
say? Probably not?
No.
Okay, so this would all be kind of news to you and everything that's
Yeah.
going on. Though two of the members in the party do have maps. So your character could look at those and get an idea of the area. You're really close to Aliandal's Crossing, that mountainscape. Duskendale is the first capital of Alora, and that's kind of the goal of the party. You're heading in that direction because that's where Cedric was stationed. It's literally like it was where it all began. So, but Brother Marcus kind of points you the easiest way out, and he kind of gets quiet again. Don't try and buy anything. Don't stop for too long. Keep your things close. Things are different now. Just be safe. This place isn't that.
Okay.
And he begins to tend to the oleander, and then he begins to go back to his work, aiding in dock affairs. What would you guys like to do?
I think it best that we take his warning and we move out of this direct area.
Gotcha.
Say nowhere long. That's for sure.
Lead the way. I don't know where we are.
It used to be such a nice place.
It does not look near as nice as it used to. Cedric, it's almost a shame how bad it looks now. Just the blatant disregard for the upkeep of the wharf. There's literally, it looks like they've destroyed ships for whatever reason and just left them in the bay. Like it's a landmine of just carnage. Rylal, it looks like a Tuesday from where you're from. So.
These are my people.
Yeah, it's terrible to see this happen.
Yes, it is quite a shame.
A lot of looks your way, I will say. But go ahead and roll for me an intimidation check.
A passive intimidation.
I'm actually curious if anyone's willing to approach you specifically. Well, the party specifically, as you guys are heading out. A lot of those, they're looking at Jophiel, Cedric, and then Rylal for the most part. The two wearing the colors of the church, and then the big guy that's kind of meandering. What'd you get?
I got a 6.
Got a 6. Whoa. Roll for me a die 10, please.
I was gonna say, do you want him to use it like his strength instead?
No, it's an intimidation.
Okay.
Why would you? Well, you wouldn't really roll strength to intimidate people.
Yeah,
That's
you're
what the
not.
intimidation check's for.
Yeah.
So, unless he wanted to like break something as people were watching. If he was like walking by and just like, I punch rock, then maybe.
Let me show you callous.
10.
Ooh, a 10. Wow.
Perfect. 10 fucking dude.
It's either really good or really bad.
Yeah. No, nothing happens. Good for you. Good for you.
That's
So-
suspicious, but okay.
Something happens, but nothing that is in your general vicinity. I will take note of that once I figure out where I set my pen.
You have a pencil that's like hiding over here.
Yuck. Pencils are gross. Anyway, so no one approaches you. I would say that the individuals of Corliss's little band of immediate friends, they do kind of blatantly kind of follow you on your way out of the wharf. They keep a good distance, but they're keeping an eye on you, 100%.
All of us?
All of you. Yeah. If any of you want to try and stray away, tell me now, because there are individuals following you.
The only thing that I would do is have my hand on my battle axe on my side at all times.
And maybe that's part of it. Maybe it's the there's just a general threat in the air, the general heaviness that both sides are feeling. So they're just everyone's being wary.
Was there, is there any... Damn, we didn't really stop long enough last time at any of the shops or anything.
None of them are here now. None of them.
Wow.
None of the old shops. There are tents filled with goods, but they're all hailing that same pirate emblem. So if you would like to venture into the wharf, you can. It's up to you guys.
Yeah, no, I was just
Let's
looking
get-
for like, I didn't know if if all of the original inhabitants had been,
Cedric,
Removed.
yeah, so you guys were here just for a brief time.
but yeah.
Cedric, you've been here many a times. The only person that you recognize is Brother Marcus. So. You guys continue on then? Mm-hmm. Okay. So, things do get slightly nicer as you exit the Eyelit Warf. and you get to the Lindall Trail. It does seem to be heavily used, and by that I mean like the grooves in the road are quite deeper. Seems to have been a lot of rain in the area recently. It's kind of a muddy mess. But Cedric, even Everett, Mr. Dawnkeeper, you know the general direction to the T because you specifically said you went to Sentinel Hill, so you know where it is. Cedric knows where it is.
I would be keeping an eye behind us.
You go and roll for me a
Same,
perception
same.
check. Both of you can roll a perception check as you guys would like to start traveling, I'm assuming, to the T junction. Who wants to be leading to roll for me a survival check? It can't be one of the two that are watching, by the way.
Did we pass a
I
like a
can do the
guard on the
survival
way
check.
out?
There, yeah, as you exited, it's kind of fort-like, more of the pirates. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was there an obvious or audible stable?
Say it again?
Brad?
Odd-
Is there like an audible or visual of a stable?
So there was a few stables within. Do you want to roll a perception check to see if you saw your wagon and horse?
Yeah.
So my perception
21.
21 and
16.
21 and 16. Okay.
I can.
You want to do the survival?
Perception
I'm gonna-
13
I
plus
did the survival.
I was gonna say I can aid you.
Hold on. 13 plus.
2 will be 15.
You did not see your horse. By the way, what's your horse's name? I've just been writing it in as Cedric's horse in my notes.
Osidius.
Osidius, that's right.
Cool name.
And then, okay, so 21 and 16 from Alex and Xyrra. And
Yeah.
then, okay, Everett, what were you saying?
I was going to aid her in the survival, but it doesn't sound
Oh.
like she needs it.
Oh no, I do need it. Please help.
And then Rylal, are you just kind of, what are you doing as you travel? You
Oh,
you
fuck
notice
yeah,
that
thank you.
Xyrra and
Wonderful.
Mr. Dawnkeeper are keeping an eye behind you. And you notice these two are just kind of really looking ahead. And I'll get to you, Cedric, in a minute on what you want to be aiding in. What would you like to be doing? Anything in particular? Just curious.
Just on high alert. I'm constantly as we're moving forward. I'm looking everywhere but behind us since those two have the back. So I'm just
I'll take a perception check from you two. What was your survival?
23.
Pretty good.
Nice.
You guys knock it out whenever I do group rolls. Like 16, 21, 23, 15,
18.
18. Cedric, everyone's kind of looking around you, very, very aware of your surroundings. What time of day would you guys have liked to have made the Eyelit Warf? I'll let you choose. Unless you want to roll random. Up to you guys.
Whatever hours. I mean, he said 4 to 5 hours.
No, what time would you
What
have
time
liked
is it
to,
now?
What time of day is it now? What time did you make dock? Is what I'm asking. It's up to you. It's not like I'm asking you what specific time is it. I want you guys to choose what time of day it is.
It wouldn't have mattered
Midday?
to me.
Like midday, like noon.
Yeah,
Okay.
midday.
High noon.
Makes sense because I think
High noon.
in the morning was the fight, and then we were only a couple hours away from the wharf when we.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think that would make sense.
Is this the second or third day of the new year?
Third.
Third, right?
Third. Yeah.
Third day of Rel Navarre's dawn. All right.
50, 60 miles out would make it more than a couple hours. 7 miles an hour.
Yeah, that was the thing is we did kind of. It might actually be more. You guys did rest too, so it would be the fourth day of Rel
Okay.
Navarre's dawn.
We'll give it another day. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would have been
fine.
the fourth
No,
day.
giving
'cause
us
then you,
that
you
rest.
got your rest and everything.
Yeah.
Okay, so as you get out of the haze of the Eyelit Warf and been going down the trail, it's very, like I said, muddy and kind of gross there at the beginning. But then it quickly you can kind of see the old embedded cobblestones in the road. The Lindall Trail is very nice. It's a mercantile road. Duskendale is an honored place. It makes sense that the Lindall Trail is easily accessible back and forth. Most of the traffic as you near the T. Like, the most traversed is up to that point, and then it splits in both directions. There are new signs up as well, if you want to take note of that. Let's see. Let me pull them up for you. So, typically you would have signs for Sentinel Hill, which would be if you're coming down, or it would be, let's see, that'd be north. And then the Forest of the Galleon, which is south. But now, on the, let's see... On the southern edge, you have... It's kind of... The Forest of Galleon is there, but then there's another sign underneath it. This is Fort Blackwater, sorry. And then towards Sentinel Hill, there's another new sign that is, it says Fort Sea Droppings.
Gross.
So it seems that some forts have been put up. Lackadaisically so. They're just kind of hanging under the old signs, written in red paint. You know. So just so you know. And then generally with your guys' survival check, Jophiel, you find it. You see it seems to be maybe a half mile off the trail in kind of a little area where there's a couple trees. You do see a little encampment. Your typical adventurer's encampment just off the side of the road, which is kind of where Brother Marcus pointed you to. Yes, Mr. Dawnkeeper?
Did me and Xyrra see anybody following us with our
No,
perception
you
check,
guys,
or-
yeah, with all your guys' checks, you paid so much attention that you did notice very much at first that people were trying to follow you, but then they gave up.
Okay.
Yeah, no one, after about a mile, they stopped following. The Lindall Trail, as I said, it's a pretty highly traversed area. It's far enough away from the forest on both sides and the mountain's edge. You didn't see any creatures.
Any rivers, ponds, lakes nearby?
Not here. Toward the forest there is. So to the south, as you were kind of coming in, you did notice that there was arches into the land that would make you presume that there's probably waterways that head toward the forest that you saw deep to the south. Ponds.
I'm just trying to think. We probably all stink, so.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, y'all smell ripe.
Yeah.
Nice,
I tell you what,
nice.
Cedric, you want to roll for me percentage to see if you remember a body of water, because you guys have a few hours, near the T-junction on the Lindall Trail? Tell you what, we'll make it 50-50. Roll 50 or below, you know of a good little spring where you can get some fresh water before you wipe your stink off in it.
79.
Unfortunate. You know where there's plenty of muddy puddles.
There could be water somewhere.
You guys can go look, though, if you wish.
Yeah.
I will say that I think we probably don't stink as bad after our swim,
Yeah.
but still probably pretty stinky.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah, you
Gutted
guys-
a sea leviathan in the water, in seawater, then came back up and then sat there in the hot sun.
Oh, you
a while.
guys smell fantastic. It's great.
Chef's kiss.
Like the
Oh
ocean.
yeah.
Dead fish and salt.
Yeah.
I think given the temperature in the room, I would not want to part with my equipment anyways.
No.
Yeah.
You guys kind of staying on high alert then?
Yeah,
there,
I am. I'm
yeah.
keeping a very, very close,
Okay.
heavy hand on my bag.
Is there anybody
Let's
around?
see how long that would have took you. Do you have the map up still?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Either or. I just want to look at it real quick.
Here.
Well, never mind. Just got it faster. Oh, still in my journal.
You can zoom or not. It doesn't like to move side to side.
I mean, I gotta get me a tablet.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
Let's
This
see.
phone, it's tough to look at the map on here.
I understand.
Who's your
It is
provider?
on your guys' phone. It's pretty hard. I'm gonna pull something up if you guys want to chit chat for a moment.
Hey, Alex, who's your provider?
Verizon.
You might be able to get a free one from them.
Yeah, I was actually looking at it.
They're
the other day.
cheap Garbo ones, but they're free.
But they work.
Tablet's tablet.
Just a lot of times they'll tie a number to it, and you will have to cancel that later.
Well, I got a watch they already sold me on with the same deal.
Let's see.
And I don't ever wear the damn
And then
thing.
where is it?
Yeah, I don't wear watches.
I don't like wearing
So-
anything on my wrist. It bothers me. So
I don't know. I get in moods where I'm like, oh yeah, that's fucking cool. And then I get in moods where I'm like, yeah, get all this shit, get it fuck off.
yeah.
I don't even use it anyway. What's the point?
It's really too small to use.
There it is. All right, so, oh gosh, let's see. So, were you guys making about a slow and steady pace? Moderate? Heavy?
Probably slow and steady so that we don't get ganked, honestly.
Yeah.
Plus, we've got lots of time, so.
Yeah.
I'd be very impatient at this speed.
Technically, being so, if you're going slow, I would say that you reach the T junction, and it would be probably at this point about 4 or 5 o'clock, and you do see the encampment. So, what would you guys like to do in the meantime?
I want to take a look at his encampment. Not to like take anything, but I want to see what shape it is and see if I can spruce it up for him.
So as you kind of go walking over, it's very. You see a area of prayer. There's kind of a nice tapestry that's on the ground, keeping him out of the muck. Before a small kind of ritualistic-looking stone ritual area of of Essos, like his medallion, his visage, with some candles there too, under a tree to where if it does rain, it doesn't get on too much. Kind of a basic adventurer's tent. He's got a seems he's taken a stump and put it next to his kind of cooking fire with all of his instruments and things. It's not bad. It's not in disrepair. He's a methodical follower of Essos, so everything's looks pretty good. But I mean, it is out in the elements.
I would ask Cedric how he used to live.
Well, you knew me from before. I didn't have much money.
Wait, no, how did Marcus used to live? He didn't always stay here. I come down this trail. Me and Alex did on the way in, and I don't remember that encampment there.
He usually stayed at the dock, Cedric.
Yeah, I've only ever seen him at the dock.
Yeah.
Well, I completely understand why he wouldn't want to be there now. Is there anybody coming up and down the trail?
Roll for me percentage, please. Let's see.
Oh boy, I ain't done them in a while. 57.
Roll for me a die 20.
Oh.
12.
It does seem as though you were following in someone's footsteps, per se. You notice tracks that head up about to this area, a little bit further past. Like if you're scoping around the area, making sure everything's safe. You know, you have some time. Maybe you do kind of a mile, kind of like walk around, just kind of getting an idea. Heading further down the Lindahl Trail toward where the Wayfarer's Rest is, and then onward to Duskendale, you notice that there is recent tracks that get about a half mile past Brother Marcus's encampment on the trail, and then they just kind of stop and they go off road to the right toward kind of a heavy thicket in the direction of the mountains. Cedric, you don't really know what's in that direction. It's not quite towards Sentinel Hill. But yeah, you do notice that.
Are these foot tracks, horse tracks,
Both.
cart tracks?
Cart, foot, and horse tracks. Looks to have been quite a big, like maybe a caravan. So on the scope of that. So
Okay.
How heavy are the footprints and the carts into the mud compared to others?
it does seem that the footfalls, if you compare it to those in the party, more akin to like Xyrra and Alex being the two lighter. Jophiel, you're wearing heavier armor, and you're one of the 13, so I envision you maybe larger than the typical woman. Very light-footed. It does seem that the wagon definitely was heavy. Big old rivets. And some pretty big horses, too, like some Clydesdale type horses. So they were carrying some heavy stuff. And you can see it points kind of off the beaten path that they've taken here. There's, like I said, there's been a lot of rain in this area. It looks like they may have gotten stuck once or twice and had to like push themselves out of the mud and then head deeper into the thicket. So you can't really see anybody in the distance. If you want to roll a perception check for me, though, is you take a listen in that direction.
Nice.
17.
You can hear the faint sound of music coming from that direction. Like, very faint.
Can I tell if it's joyful music, morning music?
Somber is kind of how I
Somber.
would say. Yeah, just maybe someone kind of tuning and playing. Just, soft melodic tunes.
What if they tried to hide their tracks going into the woods?
It doesn't look like, I mean, as far as you can see without actually making the several mile trek across it, they didn't hide any of their tracks going off the road. But you'd have to venture out there to see what's there. It's kind of like open plain lands. Like you can see off toward the base of the mountains, way in the distance. It's just hard to judge how far without actually trekking through the muddy plain lands themselves.
Mountains.
Yeah, mountains. So
I mean, we
Like mountains.
we have some time to kill. Should we investigate further?
Would that be considered stopping?
Well, I mean, it doesn't appear that we've been followed. The only other sites here are Sentinel Hill, and it seems to be that there's a new fort erected. And a new fort in the other direction, too, so I'd say we'll be taxed either way.
Mm-hmm.
But, taxes. I don't remember paying it. So many tolls on the way here.
I didn't vote for you.
Not a few months ago.
But they went to the trouble to get off the trail. So they don't seem friendly. Well, to the occupiers, anyways. They're also attempting to hide themselves.
And playing music.
Seems welcoming.
I don't know this area, so you guys lead. I'll just punch somebody if I need to.
I like it. What about you? What do you think, Cedric?
Really just biding time until meeting up with Marcus. I don't have any true intentions here.
Well, it's better than sitting around twiddling our thumbs at his camp. Let's go check this out.
Yeah, may as well.
I would say at this point, because of how long it took you to get here, you can assume that you probably have, considering that Marcus, you don't know how he gets here, and he walks pretty slow now. Because he said it'd be about 4 or 5 hours, if you left before him, and he didn't leave soon after, you probably have another 2 to 4 hours, you could assume. The thicket is several miles out in that direction, through difficult terrain. You don't know. You don't know how long it's going to take to get there and come back. That's all I'm going to say. It's up to you guys. Like you're walking through muddy plain lands into a thicket that you can see at the base of the mountains.
If the man paid for our
I wasn't thinking
landing,
about fucking
I think we should
miles out
respect.
hearing music. But yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it. It's just like you're standing atop a giant hill looking down into the plainlands. It's hard to really gauge how far it is until you get out there, you know? Could be 5 miles, could be 20.
Well, yeah.
Not
Well,
quite 20.
Never mind.
Probably 5 to 10 miles, if you had to guess. But the music is playing loud enough that you can hear it from here. So take that into account, too.
We could always go and investigate after we talk to Brother Marcus as well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they will probably have moved on by then. I don't see them staying
Possibly.
long. Twiddle our
also-
thumbs, we shall.
Could also ask Marcus who they are.
Yeah, I'd say he's seen people come and go.
Hey, are there like sticks or like trees? Well, there's trees. Like, what do the sticks look like around here?
Here, in this area of the world,
The sticks?
Hold on,
What are
I'm
you
going
up to?
somewhere with this.
it's very much like walking through like Florida or Georgia, like very dry
Shitty sticks.
trees, shitty. Yeah, catch fires easy, but it's been raining, so that's good.
So there's not like I can't find like a branch like a bend into something.
What do you want to do?
I want to make essentially snowshoes that we can use to walk across the difficult terrain.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, for the mud. That would
Yeah.
make sense, actually.
So you're looking for bendable branches.
Yeah.
There's probably I mean,
No,
first
it
of all,
would.
give me a survival check to begin trying to gather said resources from the plainlands.
I really like that you're using a snow survival technique and
mud.
adapting it. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
16 plus 2, 18.
Yeah, I'd say you probably take an hour to find the resources, enough that could cover. You're wanting to do everyone, I'm assuming.
Oh yeah.
So 12 individual little footer holders of traversage.
Some bigger than others.
You may find some big pieces because you're like, man, Rylal, I don't know, man.
He's got some. He's got some
branches.
He's got some width.
Some big feet.
Okay. Give me. So, do you have your tool proficiency check? What you're using for that? For your class?
It would be wood carving tools, and then we would go off of. I have it here somewhere.
What are we going off of for all your general forgery? Is it intelligence or is it dex?
I believe it's intelligence.
Okay.
I think. Yes.
I just want a tool check here. We're going to base it on to see how long it's going to take. You are making 6 different pairs. You wanted to do this recklessly? You want to take your time, or do you want to just kind of, find somewhere in the middle?
Since we have time, I would be taking my time, but
Okay,
I'll be also
sure.
wanting to use mending to do shortcuts.
Right.
Break
Yeah, that's really helping you here. So I'll give you advantage on this tool check, but we're going to say it's probably going to take you up until the time you would assume Brother Marcus will show up to get them finished, like sundown type. Yeah.
Be 21.
21? Okay.
Yeah.
I would say that yeah, you go about whittling and mending and getting these. What are those actual shoes called? What do you want to call them?
Snowshoes.
They're called
Just
snow-
snowshoes? So
I'll
yeah,
call
what are you going to
them
call these
muck-
shoes? You just going to call them mud shoes? Muck
No.
shoes.
Yeah.
All right. So Alex Dawnkeeper goes about the next 4 hours making muck shoes for everyone to easier access the muddy plainlands. Rylal, you're a big guy. So I may make you roll once you get in just to see how well it's going. Because I'm pretty sure you stated that you were 450 pounds.
425, baby.
425. 425, 450. You're a big fella.
At 6 foot.
7.
7.
7
We
foot.
upped it a
Still,
little.
That's so fucking.
We'll see. But yeah, they should work. I mean, like this stuff in real life, this is a very effective thing. Yeah, weight displacement's huge.
Alex, have you shared your plans with anybody, or are you just going about doing stuff?
Oh, I'm in full build it mode, so I'm just going. You just see me
Y'all have
whirling
no.
away.
So y'all have no
So he
idea.
just
unless you
runs
talk
up to
him.
people, look at their feet, and then runs away.
Yeah.
Did you make Rylal's bigger?
Oh, like at least twice the size of his actual.
You rolled
foot.
pretty well, so we'll say it can probably work. But this can help you for if you go off the beaten path here in the Plainlands at any point. So good on you. Good on you. That's pretty fun. Any conversation in the meantime before Brother Marcus shows up?
I would be sitting against a tree reading a book.
Sure. Okay. Anything specific that you're reading? That book?
Yep, that book.
Understood.
I would be pretty secretive about it.
Yeah.
Like back to the tree, making sure that everybody is in front of me kind of situation.
Is there a large enough tree to hold my weight?
Yeah, I would say that the tree near Brother Marcus's encampment could hold your weight for sure.
I'd be up the tree. I'd be up the tree, just kind of keeping a lookout around us.
Give me an athletics check just to see if you break the tree as you climb up it.
That is 21.
Okay, with a 21, like, this big guy can move very agile. He's very agile. Even though he kind of strengthened his way up, he was very agile. Okay, anything else from anybody?
Yeah, I'm gonna switch the fucking signs around.
Yes.
The fort signs?
You switch them?
Yeah, just the
That's
two fort
hilarious.
ones.
Just the fort ones?
Yeah, yeah.
You swip swap them?
Yep.
Interesting. Give me a sleight of hand check just for fun.
Oh fuck.
Just for funsies. Anybody want to help him in his crimes?
I'm
kidding, it's
making
not a crime,
I'm
it's
making
hilarious.
stuff. I can't. I
Not unless
want
he
to.
asks.
Ah, fucking! I need no help. I don't think unless it becomes a really
Shouldn't
hard
need
check.
help. That's pretty good.
Yeah. Oh yeah. My sleight of hand's pretty good. 22. 23.
Nice.
Why is a fighter so
You make sure that there's no comings
I'm
and
a
goings.
fighter.
Jophiel, what would you like to do during this little bit of downtime?
I'm just enjoying watching everyone do their little things. Him go up a tree and try to stay there.
Yeah,
Her reading the
understand.
book. Him being very sneaky and mischievous. And then I probably stare at Mr. Alex for a while, just trying to figure out what he's doing. And then when I see him make the first pair, I go, okay, that
Yeah.
makes sense. And then whatever Cedric's doing.
I should ask, Alex, are you coming over to me and like checking my feet while I'm up in a tree?
Yeah,
I bet he is. I bet he's looking up. And doing this number.
I'd be pretty high up in the tree.
You gonna guesstimate?
Oh, if I can't like get to him, I would guesstimate.
Okay, I'll take that into account.
Take into account.
Cedric, you just watching? Just kind of keep an eye? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so Cedric, you would be the first one to notice, along with Jophiel, and then Rylal, because Rylal's up in a tree. You do notice a hobbling man heading in your direction. Rylal, you have the vantage, so you see that he came up on a horse and wagon for most of the way, then he got off about a mile down the track. He's been hobbling his way forward. And then so Jophiel and then Cedric, you see him.
If I saw him dismount his horse and start coming on foot, I would come out of the tree and go to him.
Okay. So Rylal, you go walking down toward him. Just takes you a handful of minutes.
would be
Y'all watch
terrifying.
Rylal just go walking. So as you get near, if any of you want to follow him, you can. And then, but as you get close, he just he puts his hood back, smiles, and waves. You were the one with Cedric and the others. I'm glad that you found my encampment.
Would you like help going to your encampment?
All right. And he kind of looks down at his ruined leg. My hand would be... Sure. And he looks very begrudging and like not wanting to ask, but you see how slow he's walking, and he's very sweaty. He smells. There looks to be maybe an extra bruise or two that wasn't there when you first saw him. But yeah, if you help him, he would allow you to.
If you don't mind, I'm gonna pick you up and put you on my shoulder. You can sit there and take a load off.
So you just kind of like grab him and okay. Oh.
So I'm literally carrying him on my
You're
shoulder.
just kind of like, this is. I think that some men would call this
Demasculating.
Demasculating. Yeah, that's the word that I was going for. Demasculating, but this is kind of fun. And then he sees like Jophiel and Cedric. Hey, your friend's really strong.
I'm gonna like sidestep towards Xyrra.
Sure.
So this is what you meant by he can be soft.
Yes, exactly.
Interesting. I did not expect one Labrakian to be such.
Again, that term.
Do you sit him down as you get to his encampment?
Yes.
All right. So as you sit him down,
I go sit him on a stump.
Yeah, you kind of
Oh.
Thank you. I'm Brother Marcus, by the way. I remember you, Everett, Cedric,
Howdy.
Alex,
Yes.
Mr. Strong Guy. I'm Brother Marcus. May I ask your name?
My name is Rylal. Nice to meet you.
Then he looks to the tree where you're reading. And you, miss?
I am Xyrra Moonveil.
And you?
Jophiel. Harris of Twilight.
He doesn't smile. I'm smiling because it's funny how straightforward you were. Oh.
Yes, that Jophiel.
She's not crazy. It's really her.
We can vouch for her.
Like, looks at you, Cedric, like, waiting.
I remember
it's-
you.
It's her.
Did you ever speak to Brother Marcus of, like, what you were doing going to the prison every year, or no?
Unless he asked me, no, I wouldn't have brought it up. Like
Okay.
making small talk with him.
So, he takes a sigh and then looks at you. You do know that you're supposed to be dead, right?
I'm currently alive.
They say that you slaughtered hundreds of Eladar at the Eyelit Seal, along with Iliel. He
I
looks,
did
he
not.
looks genuinely afraid at this point, actually. He's like, there's a cold sweat. He seems worried at the
Iliel?
moment.
I did not. Iliel was, his head was brought to me by Ithran when I was at the Eyelit Seal, but at that time I did not remember very much about Ithran or Iliel.
I love how you go, you tell, and then you go into a roundabout, like describing your thought process at the time. I do like it. I need a persuasion check with disadvantage,
Okay.
just because he's a little bit afraid. You guys don't really know a lot of the news and things that have been being spoke
Oh,
of
he
here
doesn't
lately.
believe me. It's a 1.
Oh,
I rolled a 1. I mean,
he does
with
kind of.
persuasion, it's a 5, but it's really a 1.
It's a 1.
Yeah.
So it's a big fail.
Yeah.
So he would look at Cedric, and he kind of holds his eyes closed. Cedric, you said that you still walk in the light of the pillars, yes?
I do.
You promise?
I swear it.
I'll give you a persuasion check. He just seems very off. Not off. He's worried. He's worried. He may
11
elaborate on why
plus
he's so worried in a
6.
minute. What'd you get?
11 plus 6 is 17.
Okay. He doesn't quite completely relax, but he opens his eyes. He takes a deep breath. You will have to forgive me. News out of the capital is that the 13 are reawakening and trying to bring about the resurgence of Voidreth. Whether or not I personally believe anything about that, I don't know. I just pray to Essos that everything will be okay. But we were told by Ithrin, specifically, at least his news from the capital, that he killed you. That you woke up and you started killing people, and then Iliel woke up, and then you went to the Elite Seal, that you killed Sealkeeper Lorien, and Ithrin killed you both.
I would close.
He was lying.
I would close my book as he was saying this, put it away, and look at him very seriously and say, I would very, very strongly suggest that you take everything that you hear from the capital with a grain of salt.
I didn't say I believed it, but you have to understand that I'm just fearful of things more than I used to be. And he does pull out a bottle. He does pull out a bottle because he is a cleric of Essos. Everyone likes to drink in this campaign roll.
Yeah.
He does offer it to anybody that wants some. It just seems to be mead.
I will take some on hearing the news.
Pulls
about
out wooden cups.
Lori.
Well, you can at least believe that one of those lies is true, as I am still alive.
If you genuinely are who you say you are, then I mean a lot of other things make sense. No one really believes the words coming out of the capital, and then the tax increases, the pirates taking over. It was about a month after you left. It was about a month. Yeah, Eldon came. He came with a few ships. I didn't get to see the captain of the darkest of the ships. I've investigated a little bit, and in the meanwhile, these pirates call them, they're calling themselves tax enforcers, but they're working for the pirate lord of Deep Sargasso.
We have heard tale of this man.
I was able to get his name. I think that it's his name. A man named Silas Nightcurrent. Word on the sea and passerbys, he's apparently the father of the Onibaro sisters. I've never seen him, though the sisters do come to the wharf here and there. Though I make a wide berth for them. They're scary individuals.
So he's a Lothbrakian?
I've never seen him, but you would assume so.
We do have a bone to pick with those sisters.
They're not very
Have you
nice. Go ahead.
Have you seen Eldon recently?
He was here about a month ago. I was up all night the night before. Corliss made me essentially make sure everything looked very nice. I was planting flowers, me and his other men, and there was a feast that we had to help prepare. Eldon was gallivanting around with a young woman, showing her off essentially. It was nice enough. Eldon has been. Just men, those that are under him, that are quite mean. And he kind of gestures to his bruises, his leg that looks like it was broken in 4 different areas and then just kind of badly set, and then magically healed in that way. Specifically, Corliss, I chose to stay behind. I felt a compulsion from Essos that I should stay here and maybe be of some use, so I decided to stay around as a dock worker, gathering what information I could. just in case any allies came through. I've given lots of information. There are Elidar investigators on the Lindal Trail, though, as you can imagine, the pirates and the Elidar aren't getting along. Last I heard, Duskendale was under some kind of protective spell by the Elidar to make sure the pirates couldn't get near it. And now the pirates are making sure that no trade goods make it to Duskendale. And then he has this kind of, like, his eyes go wide. Oh, Cedric, Osidius, I sold him to Toby Goodheart of the Wayfarer's Rest to keep him safe. He should be there if you pass by the inn. I hope, though they haven't been getting many goods either. I hope old Goodheart is still able to make his bread in some way for passerbys. Other than that, things are just not good in this area. The Eyelit seal apparently isn't working. Not because of you, as you said. So that's good. But it's not working, so the Gate of Karas is apparently heavily guarded by over 80% of the Elidar warriors, and could be any day now that we have Labrakians, and he does kind of side-eye you. He did seem very trustworthy, because you're probably with Cedric that he's not, like, saying it out loud. And when he says Lobrakian, he does kind of, like, look at you, like, seeing if there's any kind of reaction, like, oops, I shouldn't have said that. But then he kind of puts his head down.
Blank stare, just listening. Not with any malice or cold eyes, more of just being nice to the old man.
Gotcha. The thing is, he's not that old, but he looks so old now. He's younger than you, Cedric. But he looks like a beaten old man now. It's pretty sad.
I wouldn't be able to tell because I'm not used to it.
Yeah, right.
Humans, yeah.
Let's see. So, I have one other thing for you. Ooh, close your eyes. Close your damn eyes! Why does it keep opening?
I'm not looking.
Why am I giving my notes to my players? Let's see.
To be fair, I couldn't read it, so.
He does say, I have spoken to one Theron Valor and Amon Valor. They are of the Elidar. They're the investigators that are now taking up residence in Duskendale. The reason why it's so interesting, and I was so happy to see you, is they were actually asking about you specifically, Cedric. They said that you weren't dead, though Eldon told us that you were. And they've been patrolling midway up the Lindal Trail looking for you. They said they were hoping that you would return. Specifically, they were wanting to know what happened at the Eyelit Seal. They said you may have been there. And he kind of takes a stiff drink. I'm rattling my brain, but I think that's most of what I know.
Amon, and what was the other fellow's name?
It was, let's see, Amon and...
Theron.
Hold on, I'll pull it back up, sorry. Let's see, Amon and, Theron is kind of how it's spelled, Theron. Theron Valor, Vaelor, and Amon Valor, Eamon.
And, sorry, the last name. I know you just said it, but...
Vaelor, Valor.
I feel like we need a dictionary of names.
Oh, yeah, listen. You guys should yeah, it's a big campaign.
It's deep.
Yeah, it's deep.
I don't remember none of these names.
Yeah.
Both in camp.
Where was Toby Goodheart located?
The Wayfarer's Rest.
Yeah.
Wayfarer's Rest.
Yeah, so he's the one that kind of runs that tavern that caters to those that travel up and down, specifically adventurers. Very much akin to the tavern under the half shell, but Toby is in his area where he's at. There's a ton of farmland and residents in that general area. Toby, you've stopped in every time, Cedric. He's a younger halfling. He makes this bread that invigorates people that are walking up and down the trail. He's just a good-hearted, no pun intended, his last name, individual. So he's always been very kind to you. So yeah, and if Osidius is in his care, then hopefully he's in good hands. But yeah, Brother Marcus just kind of looks. So and he pours each of you more if you want it. Begins to make some food on the campfire, just mushrooms, eggs, some some scraps of meat, things like that, just cooking as he talks. So what happened?
Well, Eldon doesn't, he's not the man who he seemed to be. He sold us into slavery to be sacrificed.
Sacrificed?
Yeah.
In what way?
Yes. Well, there's this Sarosa that requires tribute from Sorborg each year, and they didn't want to sacrifice their own, so they outsourced, and I guess Eldon sold to them for money, for coin.
Sorry to hear that Lyle would allow you to fall into such peril, Sir Cedric. But there must have been a reason.
I think it's because he was working with Lyle. With us out of the picture, he could do all this. We were the only people from that battle that saw what happened.
Why would one of the sovereign pillars, why would a Lyle do that to you? Are you a follower of him? Remember when we were just talking about keeping track of names?
Yeah, Lyle. I don't
Did
think
you
that's
mean
you're
a Lyle?
thinking of Shawn.
Alex
Yeah.
Dawnkeeper? A Lyle's one of the three sovereign pillars, three main ones.
Were you thinking of Ithrin?
Yeah. That's what I meant.
Guys, come on.
That's fine.
Come on. I have to point it out at this point. There's way too many names that are being misdropped, and no one's going to be able to follow it if I don't. So I'm sorry. I'm gonna call you on it every time I have to. Ithrin, bad guy. Lyle, God.
He's one of the three pillars. Yeah.
Yeah. Continue.
Well, I wouldn't say I follow him directly. I do follow him in some way. Secondarily, maybe. I believe in what he teaches and what he stands for. Much more devout to Essos, though.
As I am to Lyle. Or Essos, sorry. See, now I'm fucking up. As I am to Essos. So you're her.
I am me, yes.
That's really cool. He's like loosening up a little bit.
So you mentioned North Lobrak might be making a push outwards. Has the gate of Caress fallen?
It hasn't fallen. It's just the seal's not working. Lorien was killed in the battle at the Elite Seal, and no one knows where his medallion is, apparently, and no one knows how to power it. That's why the investigators are specifically looking for those that may have been there that night.
I see. So it is confirmed he was killed?
That's the news that I have from the Valor brothers, yes.
I don't know. Sit down.
Are you a Lobrakian? He just kind of turns. He's been drinking enough at this point.
He's been waiting to rip that band-aid off.
You just fair.
Be truthful, Rylal.
I only ask because you are very strong, and I haven't seen many Lobrakian other than the Onibaro sisters, but I don't know. You just seem very nice. And very polite. Haven't said much. Like I said, he's been drinking, and he's kind of like the pain is going away. He's eating. He's with friends. Doesn't look like he gets out very much. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been so brazen.
I am whatever you need me to be.
I would just huff and sigh at him, like typical.
Aren't they usually a very proud people?
Lobrakian?
Yeah.
I know those sisters think they're proud.
Well,
They're rude.
They're not going to be proud when their heads are on spikes.
Well, it just would seem odd that if you were to ask one directly that they would deny it.
I denied no such thing.
Yeah, but you didn't answer it truthfully either.
Come now, Rylal. Just go ahead. You might as well tell them.
He's kind of like filling cups, like trying to take the edge off of the others. I meant no ill intent on sparking such
Oh, no
unsavory
worries, no
conversations.
worries. He's just a prickly one, this one.
Well, I mean,
His armor is very prickly, yes.
Could be seen by some as a forward scout surveying fortifications and such, and was picked up and sold into slavery.
I was picked up as I was unconscious on the ground, bleeding out. I had no say in what my captors did.
That's still not answering, though. You were incredibly well at dodging the question.
He is, isn't he?
You want some eggs?
Are they seasoned?
Oh, yes, of course. Only fools don't season their eggs properly.
So during all this, I'm now just staring at Everett, just eyeballing him. Not malice, just looking at you.
Yeah. I'd meet you guys.
Brother Marcus, may I ask you something?
Yes, of
When
course.
Eldon was parading around with his female companion, was her name Rebecca?
He is going to try and remember. Well, the natural 20, that's a pretty good memory.
That's really good.
Yeah, she, an elven lass, very beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did refer to her as Rebecca. Yeah. I didn't get to speak with her. I got to cook for them, but I've never really even spoken to Eldon either.
You're not missing much.
Doesn't sound like it.
Yeah, we won't miss him much when he's being eaten by the... Oh, we know someone who can eat him when we kill him. That's fun.
Cedric, like I said, I was doing what I thought was right. He does kind of walk over you, what you said there. Mainly because he just not remembered. Cedric, I felt that Essos wanted me here for a reason. And I can't help but to think that reason was to tell you all the information that I've learned thus far. If there's anything else that I can do to help, even in this state of disrepair I find my body in, I will do it. I will continue to work the docks and get as much information as I can. Anything that you want or need. And here's one thing that you do know, Cedric. Brother Marcus failed the exams to get into the Triad Conclave over and over again. But he's still such a devout follower. All he ever wanted was to be a cleric of the church. And that's why he was so fond of you. So, he does seem to be, offering his aid, is what I'm saying.
Praise Essos.
Brother Marcus,
Yes.
you mentioned this pirate lord. Do you have any other information about him? Maybe where he is staying, what his ship looks like, anything?
The ship itself looked an awful lot like the one of the Onibaro sisters, if you've ever seen that one.
Oh, I have.
A full-sized, very dark galleon. The flag on his was just pitch black. It didn't fly the colors of the others, and just everyone referred to him as the Lord of Deep Sargasso. What I'm assuming is that's a place. It has to be within the Fringe Lands. I haven't heard of a location. They don't talk about it openly. Anyone that ever even mutters anything about Silas typically ends up in worse condition than I am. But if that's something that you're needing, I can...
No. Please do not put yourself in danger by trying to find this information.
They trust me more than you think. They keep this old beaten dog around. I think that I've taken enough beatings that I've earned their trust. The only thing that I've never volunteered for was work in the Crimson Hold. I could see what's going on in there. I could volunteer for a shift or two. It's much heavier lifting, that's why I haven't, because of my leg, but...
Don't do that.
Okay.
That'll bring suspicion upon you.
You're right.
Especially with your physical condition currently.
This is true. Regardless, I'll keep an ear out if I can find where this Lord of Deep Sargasso dwells. Corliss doesn't trust me the ledger of those coming and going, though. Eldon's trip here was on the ledger. The Onibaro sisters, too.
I would assume that he would trust very few with his ledger.
No, I run the docks whenever he's not there. He takes many breaks. Many.
Yeah,
I just write in those that have come and gone, just like a checklist.
You're running at the next 3 nights, aren't you?
I am. Which means I can look forward into his ledger. And perhaps see if Eldon or the Onibaro sisters or even Silas is coming. That could aid you.
Yeah, because whatever we need to do, it needs to happen fast.
If I learn anything,
react.
if I learn anything in the next 3 nights, I can send a courier to the Wayfarer's Rest. It's a good in-between here in Duskendale, if that's where you're heading, Cedric.
So the short-term plan is to head there, but you never know.
I'll send to both. I'll send to the Wayfarer's Rest and the church in Duskendale.
What about the mail service?
The couriers. I can send word via the couriers. The Elmadan's ethereal couriers.
The individuals at the dock.
Who's coming and going, if any of note are coming. Whether it be Silas himself, though he hasn't returned since the first. But Eldon's trips are documented, and the Onibaro sisters' trips are documented.
Mm-hmm. The couriers, when you go to talk to them, do you have to go through those guys at the dock?
No, not at all. We just go to the courier box, and we just put it in, and essentially concentrate on the name of which we want it to be delivered to.
We just don't want you putting yourself at risk.
Oh, I send letters to my mom all the time. It won't be too risky.
Okay.
Does anybody follow you when you do that?
Oh, no. I haven't been suspected of anything, to be honest.
Well, you might now, knowing
It's true.
you've involved yourself with us, outsiders, to begin
Just
with.
be cautious.
I'll be very cautious. Oh, you don't have to worry about me. I'm just the old young guy walking around with a cane. It'll be fine. If I suspect anything, then if you don't hear from me, it's probably because I just took precautions. I just want to help. If I can.
I do an insight check.
Sure. Yeah, go right ahead.
Does that ledger also contain what taxes he has took? Like it's I know name and
He has it in bright letters. Take 300% of everything that comes, which is more of a joke than anything.
300%?
It's a joke on what Ithrin apparently has proposed a 300% increase in the taxes against the church. So he's written it in there as a bit of a joke. We take 3/4 of anything that comes through, and it's all put into the Crimson Hold. I don't know what's in there, but a lot of stuff has went in and nothing has come out.
I wonder if I could sneak in and maybe climb in the rafters and see what is there.
There is a bit of an outcropping on the back end, where you probably could see down into it. I've wanted to go up there because they say it has beautiful views, but I can't climb the rocks anymore.
Perhaps I shall try that tonight.
14 on the roll.
And that was inciting him. With a 14, you don't sense any lies or distrust there. I mean, he seems to be very much friendly and wanting to help you guys. Seems very trustworthy. Candid, yeah.
With that, everybody would see me take my hair and pull it back into a ponytail. So now my ears are
On display.
on display.
Yeah, Labrakians don't typically have elvish ears, so this would be different. All of you notice this?
There he is.
War paint? Kind of like gestures toward your skin.
You see me take my hand and just kind of wipe my skin and realize nothing comes off.
From Valenthius?
No,
not
that's
from
where
around
I'm
here.
from.
Oh. And he just kind of goes to his drink. I think I've asked enough questions. I don't want to make anybody else mad. And he
Don't
kind of just
worry,
goes
he
into
hasn't
his
told
food.
me where he's from either, and I've known him the longest out of all of us.
And with that, I'd pull my hair back down and recover my ears back up.
Any questions, Everett?
I mean,
You stay quiet?
Yeah, I knew he wasn't what he said he was. It
Yeah.
doesn't really matter what he is as long as
I
he's
didn't
not
say what I
hostile.
was.
He looks.
I know.
He looks like a half. Now, if you see the ears, he looks half elf, half Labrakian. So still lots of
Still
questions.
weird, but not hostile. So
Yeah.
Or immediately, I guess.
Yeah.
Speak of that to nobody.
I won't. Not at all.
I haven't heard
The
of very
poor
many
man's been
Labrakian
enough.
elves, have you?
No, he is not Labrakian.
Cedric, you have
What
many a
is he?
great friend and ally amongst you, and that is all that
do.
matters.
Rylal, may I tell them?
If you must.
He is a drow. You know, a dark elf.
Oh, I know of Drow. I don't think I've seen very many up here, though.
Oh, there aren't.
Jophiel, you're the only one that knows what he is. The rest of you are like, that's a weird word.
You don't
weird.
look
What's a
like a
dark
Drow.
elf?
Yeah.
Drow do not look that big. You are a big Drow. You look nothing like a Drow, except for the ears.
Okay. Okay.
Really hard on you.
You've said that word a lot now, and I've read a lot.
What is that?
What the fuck is going on?
Take the elves of Elinthius?
Valenthius.
Valenthius and put him underground. And that is what he is. But he,
Like dwarves.
No.
yes. No.
No.
Yes.
Yes or no?
Talking about the
doesn't look
Draugr.
like
It's all very confusing.
So
He should be her size, but yet he is this. This is the issue.
Oh, he's just a big one.
he's very
Yes.
large.
This is a big one.
Correct.
Well, that's okay. There's
Good
big humans.
genetics.
So,
Yeah,
he's
big human.
just an elf, and that's fine.
Yeah,
We're
yeah,
all
no,
accepting of elves here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, obviously.
I don't
discrimination.
know why hide.
No. There are some groups that
Oh, that do not.
No.
they're,
Ah.
yes, they're, I don't know if they're still around, but that's,
There have
Yeah.
been some prejudices against drow in the
it's more in your cities.
See, we're
Yes.
me and Alex are from Ophius, and it's quite a progressive place. There's many
can
a
say
kind that walks
Yeah.
there.
Yeah,
A lot of beast races
all of
around that place.
Yes,
I mean, yeah.
bestial
And-
stuff.
And there's
A
others.
hodgepodge of
my God.
everything.
No, this is Cedric coming out right now.
Oh yeah. Cedric's
Here's
from
real
the south.
The Cedric's
Oh,
literally
shit.
from the south.
Yeah.
Cedric is from
It ain't
Yardoon.
right.
Listen, they have
There is only
fantastic cooking and culture.
There's only like dwarves and humans in Yardoon. Well, I will say this, and Cedric, you can use this however you want to. Duskendale's made up primarily of halflings, so you know, just so you know, buddy.
that's-
I don't know if you have a
Yeah.
prejudice against those short people.
He's like, I'm fine with tiny humans, but anything else.
Continue.
Damn beast races.
Your people may be accepting of my people, but my people will not be accepting of anybody but my own.
Ah.
That's fair.
Yeah, I've met humans.
Humans.
Like you. Yeah, the
Humans
same way.
generally suck. So,
So far in our travels, we have yet to recross anybody that comes close to matching the savagery of my people.
I would say that I would be nervous to take you to my home, Valenthius. I'm not sure how they would react.
If you've done any
No.
as much knowledge as you've looked for, Jophiel, of course you already know. If you were to take knowing what you know of him and probably actually roll for me, give me a percentage check. Let's see if you've actually stumbled across writings of the Endless Staircase. It's a hard one,
Okay.
but in your mind, yeah, generally you're like, probably not a good idea.
Is this like a dark
64.
secret that elves harbor?
No, this is a dark secret that the minor god beast and the god beast harbor. Oh. What'd you get?
64.
64. Yeah, you're just assuming.
Yeah.
Valenthius is so strict.
Yeah.
So strict that
Yeah.
if like someone that looks like a Librakian but then turns out to be an outcast elf was destroyed in, it'd be a bad day.
Yeah.
Like he probably would make it into the stockades immediately, if not just be killed on sight.
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah. And you guys, the thing is you went into a pirate harbor and you got a ton of looks. You're not Brother Mark is just a nice guy, but he was worried, right?
Yeah.
You guys are just getting an idea of what traveling for one with a Librachian
Yeah, either way, we're kind of fucked, huh?
and
Yeah.
an heiress of Twilight may endure. So if you guys, just take that into consideration. You guys are still in a place of the world where you're like Cedric, you're welcomed here. The Elodar are potentially not kin, but like compassionate to what's going on, if some of them know said truths. But this is just kind of opening your guys' eyes to, there's a chance, well, there's not a chance. You're harbinging a potential wanted fugitive
Yeah.
because she's one of the 13. Ithrin has made all of the 13 wanted fugitives if they awaken. And there's also a guy that looks like a Librachian. And you're in the part of the world where the Gate of Karas is
It's real to them.
very much real and very much potentially opening. So just keep that in mind.
Which, yeah.
Any other conversation for Brother Marcus before we take a quick break and continue on?
Not that I can think of.
Yep.
All right. Well, we're not going to take a quick break just yet because my OBS fucking control over here is fucking frozen.
I feel
God damn
like
it.
Cedric and Everett are staring not daggers, but staring at
Rylal.
Rylal
Man,
pretty intently.
so I think that Everett may have, but I don't think Cedric cares.
There
Does
was
Cedric honestly care?
Nah, he's probably big chilling.
Yeah.
Like, that's funny.
Bing chilling.
Yeah, Cedric is such a nonchalant paladin. Like, he follows the tenets. He ignores things. He's the
walking the
guy.
light.
Right. You're the paladin that just watched someone like deface property, and you were just like gonna
That's
look
fine.
over here.
I'm just not. I wasn't there. I didn't,
I didn't
see it. Did happen.
happen.
All right.
Makes sense why Sable Nocturnus has been around.
Things happen every day.
I
Yeah,
had
I
a
was
good
going to
reason
point
for
that out
the-
earlier. Like with
the switching.
with the revelation, Cedric, of what kind of Rylal was pointing at, and then Xyrra was talking about the fact that Sable came to you and spoke of someone that needs to be returned. It's starting to fall in line a little bit for you, but you have bigger fish to fry. So let's take a quick break there. We'll be right back.
Yeah.
Kind of
This is
important.
interesting, yeah.
We're talking about Elmodan. Welcome back. We're talking about Elmodan's ethereal mail service. How it works, essentially, is there are these, think of it like a little mailbox scattered all across the world. Hundreds and thousands of them, probably. And it's not quite a mailbox, per se. You just kind of, it's like a little pedestal that you put what you want to send on there, and you think about the person, and then it goes off into the ether, and then it's identified via the soul of the individual. What I was telling Rylal, Chris, is that if you send a letter to someone that is dead, and people do, because they want to write, they think, so where it essentially goes is into the world soul tree. It all kind of goes there. If you send a letter to someone that has perished, it does go in that direction, and eventually just kind of gets dematerialized. But people do that because they think that those letters go to those people in the afterlife.
Oh,
And
so they
you-
think they're going to Sea of Coins.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, to one of the other outer planes or into the world soul itself. Because if you're poor and you can't afford your soul to go to silver coins, right? Because that's how things work in this world. Like, you don't just get to go to heaven. You don't just get to go to hell. You have to pay for it. If not, your soul essentially becomes fodder for the world soul itself. And that power fuels not only the magic of the world, but the god beasts as well. So yeah, none of you know, if you were to send a letter to one of your allies here, say one of you perished, and you send a letter to them, you don't know if it actually reaches them in whatever is beyond the world soul tree, because no one knows what's beyond that. Only the god beasts do. You're a minor god beast, so you have no idea. So your father knows. He made the place,
Yeah, I didn't
but
ask
you
him.
don't. But welcome back, Brother Marcus.
It's your face.
I think you may have just dropped something that had not been physically said out loud.
Not physically said. The father made the place?
No,
No,
that
no.
she's a minor god beast.
Yeah.
Oh,
That
Oh, no, we
Castle in there.
discussed that actually
did.
last session.
we did. Kind of. Well, okay, it was spoken on, but no one talked about it.
I don't
yeah.
think I caught it. I
Maybe
think
I
I don't
didn't
think
either,
anyone
then.
caught.
Okay, so his name was said, but it's in the lore. Yes.
Yeah, so
okay.
yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah, his name.
Her name, his name was
Only these two would remember
You're
that
right.
probably anyway. The other three wouldn't know anything about it because they don't have that knowledge
Forget
yet.
the dungeon master said anything for now, and if Jophiel wants to talk about the fact that she's a minor god beast, she can at some point. You know what? Everyone's dealing with a lot of stuff right now. But jumping back into it here, so
Everybody's reeling from the drow showing itself like, "Ooh."
you guys talk to Brother
what?
Marcus. He kind of gives you an idea of what he wants to try to do. You have an idea of where you could go if you wanted to scope out the Crimson Hold. You know where your horse is. The Lindall Trail leads to Duskendale. You guys have a lot of things you can do here. But Brother Marcus just likes spending the time with you guys. He eats heavily, drinks a lot of mead, and eventually just kind of passes out next to his stump in the late hours, heading into the 5th day of Relnavar's dawn. So after he passes out,
I would like to ask, do you all want me to go and try to see what is in this Crimson Hold? Because honestly, it is rather suspicious that things go in and nothing comes out.
I was thinking it sounds too risky because they're already suspicious of us. I think our best bet is to get Cedric's horse, get into Duskendale, formulate a plan with them.
Well, he also said the investigators. That's probably who we heard
Yeah.
on the trail.
Yeah.
Well, he did mention the outcropping, so I wouldn't necessarily have to go into the hold, but I could see into it.
Yeah.
But if you're all very opposed to that, then I will
we just
obviously listen.
don't want to see.
Would
you
this city
hurt.
accept a, what did you call me, Labrakian?
No.
That D word is a D.
are we talking about Duskendale?
Duskendale.
Cedric, you know the. So here's the thing, Cedric. You and your two others kind of run Duskendale. There is a mayor, but she trusts your guidance. The only thing that throws a wrench in that is the fact that apparently there are some Eldar investigators that are now there and quote-unquote protecting Duskendale. But you think that the mayor will, do whatever you deem okay. So, to the rest of you, though, you would assume that no city would let a Labrakian. But Duskendale's old and tucked away and protected from the outside affairs of the world.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you might get some acceptance in some of the pirate cities because, well, they're pirates.
You see me just grin.
But
All the giant cities, too.
yeah, but to most cities, you would be. Imagine. Man, this is really hard to explain because I don't want to sound like an asshole. Imagine a lone barbarian just shows up.
In a tea house?
I am a lone barbarian. What do you mean?
Yeah, wizard power.
Yeah, but like, they think you're there for something, even though you may not be. You're there.
Use your words.
You will be looked at with suspicion.
You're there to rape and pillage and destroy, and that's the way people look at
I mean,
Labrakians.
that's not
It's also the
far
way
off.
they look at orcs, which the orcs are trying to change how they're perceived because they are a savage people. In the old ways, I think a lot of us humans have forgotten that we're not far from that.
I would look at Jophiel and go, are they like my people?
The Labrakians?
Who up on the surface is most like my people?
I would think it'd be Labrakians, right, in a way, but slightly
The
in a different way.
Labrakians and then goblinoid kind
Yeah.
of the Barren Lands. Yeah.
So I would say that you are very similar to the Labrakians, but also like those of the Goblin people, those of the Barren Lands. And those people are across the sea from us and very much divided. I'll be honest, though you are a drow and in certain circles would be probably hated in certain ways, I think in this particular area, since we're so close to the Lays Seal, where Librakians were sealed, you'd be best off acting as your own, as an elf.
Yeah, they would fear the unknown less than they would fear you.
Xyrra, you would know this. There are Librakians that have made it out of the Gate of Caress. Mm-hmm. Typically, they are purchased or due to some kind of outstanding good behavior are released with essentially work documentation for different cities. So that could give you kind of an idea of how you could aid him, like if maybe a forgery or something.
Okay.
So if you can come up with some kind of a work document for him, tying him to the church, because you have 2 technical church members, probably not one wanted by the state,
Yeah,
but
but
maybe
the
to
other one.
Cedric. That could help.
Okay.
So there are Librakians out there, but most of them, unfortunately, are either owned or they're out on some kind of work permit.
They're kept under on a tight leash.
Yeah, they were the last. I mean, they're a savagely ruthless, very powerful people that tried to lead war. Unfortunately, when the 13 were still active, and they shut it down immediately.
I could always try to forge some work papers for you if you would like to continue your ruse as a Librakian. That would raise less suspicion.
Oh, that's true. I forgot that they're considered slaves at times,
Yes.
or workers in general.
We would not treat you as a slave, Rylal.
Speaking of appearances, though, Jophiel,
What?
maybe you should think of a cool nickname or something.
What do you mean?
Well, you are wanted.
What?
Yeah.
This is-
Not in a good way.
You want me to hide my appearance, or my?
Just
Your identity.
Name,
My identity?
really.
I think that it would be wise. I agree with Everett. I think it would be wise for you to choose very carefully who we reveal your true identity to.
We don't know who believes what anymore. If this had been 6 months ago,
It is something you have a bit of
Would be
time to think
fine.
about, but I do think that it should be under consideration.
If you wish for me to hide my true identity, I shall do this amongst the company that we have.
well,
But-
not amongst us.
No, amongst us, you're fine.
No, I mean as in any company that we may take in or thereon. But should someone such as another minor god beast or someone such as Ithrin comes by, I cannot hide it, and I shall not hide
Well-
it in front of them.
I wouldn't ask you to because they already know who you are.
Right.
It
And they
would
need
be
to know who I
pointless
am.
ruse.
Understood.
But for travel and just, general day-to-day life, like your name has been blasted.
Obviously,
Far
Brother
and
Marcus
wide.
had quite the reaction when he heard your name.
He seemed
Entitled.
fearful.
Yes.
He thought you were going to murder him.
Yes. No, I don't think that you would, obviously, or I wouldn't be traveling
Not unless
with you.
you asked me to. I mean, he
you
seemed
could.
like a good person.
You're from the
She's
corner of
quite
your ear.
capable.
I think that you could, from Cedric. I love that.
Yeah, but could you imagine what would happen if that had been said in a busy town square?
Could
The
incite a
friars
mob.
would go crazy.
Yes, it would be rather eventful, I believe.
Eventful is a word that you could use, yes.
On top of me being in your group and people hate Librakians, and a Librakian with one of the 13 who is wanted probably would not shine a good light.
Yeah, we're kind of asking for a lot of trouble here.
Yeah.
And as much as I love a good fight, I like also a fair fight.
For this work document you talk about, do I have to be bound?
No.
How do slaves work in this culture? We bound them, chain them, and whip them. And if anyone dares think about whipping me,
I would never. But from what I understand from my studies, Librakians who exhibit good behavior are released on basically like a work visa, as you would say. And, they're not required to be bound as long as they have been released in that way.
Who seals these, though? Is it the Eldar or is
Yes.
it the church?
Both can, but
You would need a
mostly
seal
the
then.
Eldar.
So you would write one up, but then you would have to
forger.
seal
Oh,
it.
it'd have to be forged.
I would forge it.
what is good?
What?
I mean, you've been acting civil, so I would keep doing what you're doing. Seems fine.
You've only known him for a little while. I would call him more
That's-
neutral, but
That's fair.
If someone asks you if you walk in the light, you say yes.
I hate walking in the light.
Doesn't matter.
Probably burns his skin. Yeah. He's
Does not
quite
feel
pale.
good on the eyes.
If I cannot be the Harris of Twilight, you must walk in the light.
She's got a point.
she does.
Sorry.
But good is. Do you know how I always go out of my way to help people?
Carrying Brother Marcus. That was
That was
very
good.
soft of you.
Yes, that was very good.
he was a feeble man who decided to take 3 days of work for our passage here, I could not let him hobble his way up to his encampment.
Exactly. And that was a good deed.
No, that was me repaying my debt.
Okay.
I think the scales aren't balanced quite yet, but it's a start.
It is.
Okay. I will think on this.
Just just kind of watch Cedric. He's quite the example of a good and honorable man in these parts.
Rylal, I would say that you probably have kept an eye on Cedric because he seems to be one of the stronger amongst the party. He just stays quiet and kills things when it needs to be done. So take from that what you will. Alex and Xyrra.
Yes.
Yes.
Xyrra, you've read enough. You can make a forgery, but you do require some components. Alex, I would say that you probably, being the rich boy, do have some fine parchment and capable tools that could aid in forging the emblem of the Eldar or the Triadic Conclave. You actually have 2 members in the party, specifically Cedric, where you could make a bit of a mold from his pendant to do so. Doing it here in the wilderness, per se, would be kind of hard to make it like really look legit. If you were at a workshop, a lab, or a forge, you could definitely make one. You can do kind of the paper part. You can write it. You can aid with the components, but doing the seal that was pointed out by the rest of the party would be kind of difficult here in the middle of nowhere. So if you want to try to make one now, you can. It's just going to be substantially harder, but you can do most of the work now.
That's what I was going to do. I was going to pull out
the seal.
not to say anything, but like, I have an idea. Pull off my backpack, get the parchment and quill
Yeah.
out. Good surface. We'll wing it. This would work for forging.
So there are a couple people in the party that could refer to someone specifically within their backstory or history to make this work. Cedric, your motivator, friend of your father. Everett, Lorian of the Eldar. Perhaps someone else from your backstory that is high up. So I will need who this is being written from, because it does have to be someone high up in some order. It can't be just an initiate of the Ascendant Flame like Cedric. Like Lorian. I'm not going to delve deeper because I don't want to reveal anything, but a lot of you guys have ways that this could work. So I just need to know who wrote it, and then we'll talk about. Then we'll roll to see how good the forgery is. Just paper based.
I actually kind of have a good idea. If
Yeah.
you use Lorian's name, most seem to consider him perished at this point. You could post-date it, and it would... There's no one there to question whether it's fake or not.
They do last for 6 months at a time, so yeah. Yep. It's split up. Actually, no, it'd be split up into 5 months, because I don't have my calendar in front of me. I'm 10 months, right?
Yeah.
Did we make this
Yeah.
into 10 months, honey? The calendar of Alora? I can just.
I
bust
think
it out real
so.
quick. I'm pretty sure it's 10
each
months.
month had, what, 36 days? Yeah.
This is bad. I made the thing. Anyway,
think
I'm
so.
pretty sure it's 10 months, so it'd be half the year. So
10
5.
months, yeah.
10 months, thank you.
Okay, so
So
we're
be
kinda
5. So you'd be cutting it close, right? You'd be cutting it close. You'd have a month to reforge one by someone else, but it could work.
With a forged document, would somebody accept it and possibly re-up it if you showed it to get an official document that couldn't be caught as a forgery?
Cedric, you could get it done if you were to reach out to a certain someone.
Yeah,
A friend of yours.
I would have to get to...
Mr. Gorman.
Yep, Mr. Gorman.
I'd have to get to the mail.
Everett, you could as well, depending. Alex, you could reach out as well. Jophiel, it'd be a huge reach for you. I don't think you'd want to. It'd be really weird if you reached out to him and was like, "Hey, can you help us with a forged document?"
He'd be like, bro, aren't you supposed to be dead?
And then Xyrra, you just received mail from someone that's interested in like welcoming you into their
Yeah.
order. You could reach out to them possibly. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's lots of ways you could do it, but in the interim and in the immediate, who do we want to choose? So Lorian, is that what we're going with?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
it would make sense for the moment, I think.
All right. So we'll go with Lorian, and then you have the components. So I just need, what I want is an intelligence check, general intelligence check, and a sleight of hand check from one of you. So Alex, Dawnkeeper, and Xyrra, you choose who gets to roll what there. Sleight of hand and a general intelligence check. And I will allow it to be an Arcana check.
I can guidance someone.
And she can
I got a
guidance
natural
Alora.
20 on Arcana, so we're fine.
Okay.
All right,
I
that,
will-
They
that
didn't even talk to each other. They knew
I
that
just-
she was going to roll sleight of hand.
Listen,
and that
she's
you
a
were gonna roll
rogue.
Arcana.
She has
You're
dex.
guidance
You have
me?
guidance, so you had another die
D4.
4. So die 20. So yeah,
D20
you-
and D4.
D20 and D4. If you crit, I'm gonna lose my shit.
20.
Unnatural 20 is pretty fucking good.
That's a good forgery.
So yeah, it's really good. Like I said, the seal is a bit of a problem unless you can convince me, Mr. Dawnkeeper, of how you could pull it off in the middle of nowhere. Elsewise, it is so good, it just needs the official seal, the wax seal of the Elodar, which, Everett, you can describe it, but Alex has to make
Yeah.
it. If you can convince me that you have the tools here to do so, Alex, we can do that, but I just don't think that you have it on you to really make it work.
What type of document are we actually forging?
This is a work document.
It's a work document for
so
you.
So you would
I'm
be
a slave.
so kind of.
dear.
So it's essentially that you're just allowed to work within the
It's like indentured
the
servitude.
Hooklands. So how you guys would write it is that he would be able to work in any of the city in the Hooklands minus Valenthius.
Yeah.
minus
minus.
Valenthius specifically. Traditionally, you'd be working in like Wraithul, maybe helping-
Rora's Port.
maybe Roar's Port's over toward Yardoon.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
Hooklands.
Ophius though.
Yeah, yeah. Oh,
Yep,
yeah, for
yep,
sure.
the Isle of Ophius. That could help because they can help you in that. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you get into RP though. So maybe you guys could choose what city he was working in. The thing is, the biggest one you're closest to is Duskendale or Wraithul. So up to you guys.
Probably be. I mean, Duskendale is closest to the Elite Seal. It's the
Just need Cedric to lie for you.
It's the locals. So yeah, Cedric, that would be no problem, right? Right.
How good are you at deceiving?
I'm actually very curious, Cedric,
do as much.
how you are doing with all of this tomfoolery.
I haven't been participating all too much.
He hasn't. He's been awfully
He
quiet.
put on his blinders like, nope, I haven't seen it.
To be fair, under the tenets of Essos, I don't think that there's one that's about lying, but
I have to be just.
You do have to be just, so...
Well, it would be unjust to let this poor man be lynched.
Like to see him try.
Yikes. Under Essos, valor, justice, and protection.
We can pull... He's got the tenants in his docs. I looked at it the other day in his notes.
Hey, just think you're protecting me.
He's got the law, the code of Essos.
Can't do nothing wrong. He's a fucking drow trying to make his life on the surface.
Wait a
Cedric
minute.
doesn't know what that means.
I guess
the
it would
problem.
be
saying that
just.
word.
There's a drow on the
speaking
surface. He did
Spanish.
nothing wrong.
I don't see an issue with it, Cedric, of you
would
aiding
be
someone
just.
that has done so much for you in return. So, you have you went the lenient path. You went Essos. He's very.
Listen, it literally says balancing the scales for all, regardless of status or origin.
See? Oh wow!
Oh wow,
Damn, Cedric.
that's
Hey,
almost
like
like
I said, everyone listens to you in Duskendale,
that.
so you can make it work. So Origin Duskendale, signed off by Lorian.
Who is my...
Lorian was the
Handle.
master seal keeper. He just signed off on it and would seal it. Technically, if we're choosing Duskendale, Cedric would
Yep.
be your
Handle.
handler. So that works out. That's pretty good. Everyone write that down and remember it. And then, so Alex Dawnkeeper, you want to wait until you get to a proper place to forge it?
yeah,
Like
yeah.
the seal? Do you want to do a makeshift one in the interim or no? You do have a chance of like
Fucking
damaging
it
the
up.
parchment. Yeah. So it's up to you.
I'd rather not.
Okay. So we have a forged document that could easily be considered false until you get the
Seal.
seal on it. Okay. So I'm gonna push you guys a little bit here. As you do all this throughout the night, you get tired. You begin to individually take watch, though some of you don't even have to fucking sleep. You just meditate. The night goes relatively well, and each of you get... Yes? Yeah, I know. You and Jophiel doesn't have to either, and then Xyrra doesn't have to either. You
I'm
guys
up
just,
in a tree
You guys
meditating.
just, like, meditate like fucking druids. But I'm going to push you into the morning. Brother Marcus does get up relatively early, brews tea for everyone who wants it. But then he needs to make his way back to the docks because he's working extra shifts this week. But he does promise that he will take care of the oleander. He's going to move it. Do you want it to go toward the Elate Seal or down toward the forest, Cedric?
Down towards the south.
Okay, so he's going to push it south, and he's going to do that in the next couple days. And you can return to him to figure out where it's at if you need to. But on the next day here, I'm going to put you guys back on the trail to do what you wish. You've got a lot of information, and you got a lot of adventuring in front of you. So what would you guys like to do?
Before we get on the trail, everyone, I made something yesterday. I pull out the bulk shoes. These will help with muddy, shitty terrain, I think.
I was wondering what you're up to.
Yeah, I got inspired. I'm sorry. So yeah, you just tie these onto your boots, and it sort of just widens your foot, so you don't sink.
Ah, very smart.
I would stare at these things like, what the hell is
You
this?
have the biggest pair.
Told you, he's quite clever when he wants to be.
I don't think that you would have ever seen anything like it.
Nope.
What do I do with this?
So you just set it on the ground. You put your foot on it. You tie it to your foot, and then you just walk.
Here, like this, and I'll demonstrate.
Sure.
I'll tie mine on and see if they work. I'll
It's like
walk
putting
to
on
a
very
puddle.
badly made boots.
It's like me to roll for putting these on.
Not to put them on, just if you use them to go into the muck. What I would say is that he did a well enough job. He rolled quite well. Like they affixed your boots well. It's just awkward. None of you are proficient in this, by the way.
Yeah,
it's just
and
very
I would
much.
imagine it
does,
slows you down.
Yeah, it's going to slow your travel, but at the same time, it evens out your travel into the muck potentially.
Yeah.
I still might make Rylal roll a I'm heavy as fuck check.
Yeah.
To see how it goes, but you did make his bigger, so. But yeah, so he gave you guys essentially muck walkers, muck boots, whatever the hell he wanted to call them. Yeah, what would you guys like to do?
Muck shoes.
Muck shoes.
Muck shoes, yep.
You guys have muck shoes, which we can use to traverse difficult terrain at times. I think it's pretty cool.
Should we, Should we try to find those people that were, Amon and
Theron.
Oh,
Theron, yeah. Valor, maybe they know a way into Duskendale without arousing too much suspicion, or the huge fight. And it seems like they're looking for you, anyways. Wait, do you even want to talk to these people? That's I'm a little.
Wouldn't say that I have reason outside of them looking for me.
Well, I'm very trustworthy of the Eladar. Yeah, I don't. They're not ones to pick sides, really. So I don't see much of the lies that are being spread affecting their troops.
If they're guarding the elite seal from my people, are they going to cast suspicion on me in the group? And are they going to ask for paperwork?
You know, it is just two of them. And they are far from, a fort or a home base. And they are doing something very specific. I'm sure they will look at you suspiciously. But also, if you may have to put your hair up. Like I said, sometimes the unknown is less scary than the known.
We'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
At least
Okay.
until we can get to Duskendale, where there might be a workshop, right?
Yeah.
Alex,
That's
you
all.
can make the seal in a workshop? Is that what you're missing?
Yeah, just need tools.
It's only a temporary thing. Or if you'd like to bypass them altogether, we can bypass them altogether.
Or we could always, send a couple of people to go talk to these Elendar and Eladar, and then the rest of us could stay behind, and Rylal being one of them.
Go ahead and pick up our rooms at the inn,
Yeah.
maybe? That's usually the midway point. People stop there all the time.
If people think Cedric is dead and they're looking for him, do you not think they're going to take him into custody, possibly?
They couldn't if they even wanted to.
That's fair.
These are not the type of people that look for dead men.
Then why are they looking for a dead man?
Because
They don't think he's dead.
Yeah. I don't believe they think he's dead.
Guess the risk we're going to take.
Yeah, I mean, regardless, we're going to have to answer for the things that we saw at the Elite Seal sooner or later. And I'd like to find out more about if Lorian actually perished or not.
One quick question. Last question. Do your Labrakian servants carry weapons?
I think it probably depends on the Labrakian, honestly.
Depends on the work.
It does. It
Yeah.
does.
The Lobrakian servants do as they're told, and if they are instructed to carry weaponry,
They
then
carry
they are
it.
instructed to do so.
So it'd be up to Cedric.
Which you are instructed to carry.
I don't think any of you want to touch this axe, so.
I don't think that any of us could take it from you if we tried, honestly.
Nah, not at all.
Big fucking grin.
So, where are we going?
I guess some of us are heading towards the inn, and some of us are going to try to
Yeah.
track down the Valors.
How far down was where you said the where it split off there, or where
You guys are right at the split to Sentinel Hill or the jungle of the Galleon,
where
or the forest of the
cart-
Galleon.
where the cart and those tracks
About a mile up from Brother Marcus's encampment.
towards
toward. It would not be in the direction of Sentinel Hill, but in that direction toward the mountains.
Are they still there?
You wanted to make a perception check
To see if you can hear the music.
I would go up in a tree.
Sure, I'll give you advantage on it. Are we listening and then looking for any coming and going tracks,
Yeah.
perhaps?
Check for smoke. They're probably fixing breakfast. I'm yelling at you in tree.
I'll give you a perception check.
Say with advantage.
Yeah, I'll give you advantage on it.
Do you want to make an athletics check to get back in the tree?
No.
Okay.
That would
He
be
uses the
funny.
same
That
foothold
would be
he used
funny.
before.
Uses same.
I mean, I'd probably
we're gonna use the
launch
roll
myself.
that you're rolling. That you're kind of. There's a rule where it's like I want to do this, but I'm gonna keep trying until I do it. If it's a general check, we're using that roll. I forget what you call it. It's like a roll to 20 or something. It's yeah, something like that.
Double 7. That's incredible. That would be 9.
With a 9, you definitely don't hear any music. You don't see any smoke either from that direction. So
I don't see anything because you mentioned that we could see something there, but I don't see nothing.
you don't see anything there.
My
So
dumbass.
you saw the thicket in that direction. You still see the thicket. You just hear no music and you see no additional tracks or anything. At least from your vantage.
Yeah, my dumbass would just go. I'd go up if they went in one way, and it is a shitty way to go in there. Yeah, they're probably coming out the same fucking direction. I'd
Yeah.
go and see if there's tracks coming back out.
It does look like if you walk up the road now and you just rolled bad. It was all you didn't notice, but there is a new set of tracks that do seem to very much go along the same way they took in, but then now there is something coming out and going forward.
Yeah.
And it's just mud strewn tracks for a while, but you got to think there's cobblestone built into the ground. After several dozen feet, it gets you don't see it very much anymore.
Start losing
They've continued on. Whatever it was has continued on.
towards Sentinel Hill.
Toward
Well, towards
down the
the
Lindahl
mountain.
Trail.
Oh,
No.
okay,
No.
okay.
They were going down the Lindahl Trail and they
Oh,
went
and
towards the
then-
mountains, then
I
came back
see,
and
I see.
continued down the Lindahl Trail.
Okay.
So they're ahead of you.
Oh yeah, we'll be behind them. That'll work.
Yes. So where would we like to go? Party?
Oh, I guess we're all continuing towards the end. I guess.
Wayfarer's Rest?
Yeah.
Fun. You know what that means? Tavern music.
Yay!
Man, it feels like forever since we've been in a fucking tavern.
We were there last session.
Yeah,
Like
but
a
last
true, like a true tavern.
Yeah, not some
understand.
fucking whimsical fucking underwater tavern.
That was my favorite tavern. What are you talking about?
So, that's fun. Fun. Okay. So we're heading to the Wayfarer's Rest. It's not that much further, to be honest. It's still technically classified within kind of the T-split. So you guys traverse half an hour or so in that direction.
Pass anybody on the way?
You don't pass anybody. You do notice signs of like travel in that direction, like you are tailing something that perhaps maybe was those people that went off into the thicket. But you come across it, Cedric. You've been to this area dozens of times. I mean, over the how many years do you want to have been stationed in Duskendale? By the way,
Probably started when I was 18. I'm like 25 now, 7 years.
okay, yeah. So you've made this trip lots of times. Okay, understood. Yeah, like minimum 14, probably double that, because you didn't always just go once a year to go see if, like, Jophiel would awaken. You probably went for other things and duties. So you've met Toby. You're probably decent friends or acquaintances with him. But you come to it. And what I will say is that the inn stands on the opposite end of the crossroads along the Lindahl Trail, where one could go to Sentinel Hill or the Forest of the Galleon, right? It's very much a sturdy timber frame building, weathering the changes, though, that have seemed to kind of go through the region. Its lights still very much glow warm, Cedric, and to those that have seen it before, but there is still that kind of overcast shadow across this region now, just as if something has tainted it. Let's see. So you see the Wayfarer's Rest. It's a 2-story building. It's very odd seeing it on the side of the road in the middle of nowhere, but beyond it you see these vast fields of forest land and small villages behind it. As you near it, Sir Cedric, roll for me a dexterity saving throw.
Wow.
Yes, Paladin.
4 minus 1 is
Yeah.
Oh, no.
You are blindsided by something. It hits you hard. It doesn't hurt you, but it sends you into the mud. The rest of you are taken aback by the swiftness of this horse that just blindsides Sir Cedric, literally almost body slams him and just begins to lick across his face. Just over and over, whimpering
works.
as a horse could.
I take it that's your horse, Cedric.
Oh, listen,
It found you.
listen to it whinny.
Cedric, you haven't quite seen it yet, but the rest of you, as you look at it, this is the most obese horse you've ever seen in your life.
Oh no.
And you've seen him earlier. He has gained lots and lots of weight. His belly is almost rubbing Cedric's chest as he's standing atop him. He's gained some weight.
What type of horse
Damn,
did you
buddy.
have? Like, are we talking like it's not a thoroughbred,
Draft
obviously,
horse or a
but yeah.
It's
a war horse. It's a war
Yeah.
shit.
So it's not real fucking tall to begin with. Cool.
He's a bit overweight.
He's a bulky boy.
I would try to help Cedric. try to crowd
Stretch
the horse
those
away.
legs, buddy.
You help Sir Cedric out of
He's
The mud.
Osidius, right?
Yeah.
Osidius continues to just whimper, doing kind of a little back and forth hoof dance. So happy to see you. And you look over, you can see that the barn that he was being kept in behind the Wayfarer's Rest, the doors have been broken through, kind of Kool-Aid Man style, as he almost sensed you're coming.
Smell you.
And yeah, he's so happy to see you. But he has gained a lot of weight.
He's a chunk.
He's a chonkers, for sure, but very happy. The door to the rest opens, of course, with the audible commotion outside, and you do see the man himself. Cedric, you recognize him. Alex and Everett, if you stopped in here, you would recognize him too. I don't remember if we said that you stopped in the Wayfarer's Rest or not.
I want to say we.
You may have,
did.
at least for a night.
Yeah, I think we would have had to have.
Gave you some bread.
Yeah.
He likes to give out bread and it invigorates those that travel. But you see him. Toby Goodhart is a stout halfling, warm and welcoming face framed by slightly graying curly hair and meticulously groomed beard. His eyes bright and lively now occasionally betray hints of stress he endures because shit has been not so good on the Lindahl Trail. He is typically dressed in kind of a well-worn apron, comfortable clothes. Toby moves with a very energetic bustle, always attending to the needs of his guest, despite the growing pressures of the shit that's going on the Lindahl Trail. But he kind of pushes it open, the door, and then sees the commotion, and his eyes just full of happiness as he gazes upon Cedric being pulled up by Rylal out from under his horse. You're alive! And he just kind of comes rushing toward you, Cedric, and then just gives you the biggest hug on your knee and below because he's a very short halfling.
Yes, I am.
You've returned!
I have.
Oh, I'm so happy! And he just squeezes the hell out of you.
What in
How have you been,
this
Toby?
creature?
This is a
Oh,
halfling.
well,
It's like a
not great, Cedric, but it's really nice to see you again.
Not quite. I'll explain later.
You didn't
Well-
happen to bring any flour, did you?
I'm all out.
That's unfortunate. Well, I have plenty of beer and some wine. Just a little. Come on in. And he just kind of gestures toward the end. You have to be hungry.
Famished.
Who's your friends?
Let them introduce themselves.
We've stayed here before, me and Mr. Downkeeper here.
I remember you. I gave you bread.
You did, yes.
Don't expect any more, unfortunately.
That's a shame. It was delicious.
There is no flour. There is no flour.
I wish I carried flour on me.
The pirates have been coming and taking everything from the farmers. All of it.
You'd see me looking around for flowers on the ground. Is there any nearby?
He's going to roll an insight check.
Oh, that's adorable. Can he go pick up like a flower or a weed?
Man. There are
Is this guy
flowers.
serious?
There are flowers around. Do you go and grab some?
I would look at Xyrra and then kind of look at the flower and look back at her like confused.
It's fucking right there.
Not that type of flower, Rylal.
His insight check failed too, so he has no idea what's going on.
So they've been raiding further inland?
Oh, they just come up about here yonder, and they are, in their own words, officiating the taxing and taking of that of which is theirs. It is abhorrent.
Which is theirs and not which is that of the councils. I see.
Well,
Well, that's what they told us.
each in the same, unfortunately. But it's okay, because you know what? I still got plenty of ale in the cellar. Speaking of, Cedric, I'm so glad that you're here. We've been using so much of the ale that I cleared out so much of my granddaddy's stock, I found a door. But there's no keyhole, and I can't open it, because I'm small. I tried to punch it like you told me. Punch the big guys in the face that are mean to you, right? And then if that doesn't work, pray to a god, and if he doesn't allow you to smite them, then guess they're not meant to be killed.
This is the
love
advice
this
you're
halfling
passing out, Cedric?
That sounds like Cedric, yes.
That's good advice.
Maybe. It's been a while. I may have forgotten. Will you show me the door?
I would also
I
like
will-
to see the door. I have quite an
Well,
aptitude for
yes,
opening
I
things.
will in a little bit, but you have to come in, and you all smell so bad. I will run you a bath first, out beyond into the barn. Wow, that is a stench of which even my customers wouldn't like, and they're all farmers. So anyway, he goes like trotting off. Don't worry, just I'm gonna go heat up some water and give me 10 minutes at least. Make yourself at home. And he just kind of gestures you into the tavern interior.
I kind of sniff in Alex's direction. Like, oh, yeah, you do smell bad.
It's pretty. Like
I
if you're
could've
looking
told
for
you
the
that.
smell.
My Cedric, you have words of empowerment, it seems. I've never seen just a small creature be so brave.
Well, you've never felt empowered by my words,
It was a tavern
Jophiel?
occupant.
Oh no, I feel empowered every day by your words. I am impressed that it has reached the ears of such a small creature and it has, bloomed with them.
Yeah. Once all this is said and done, you could be a bard in your next life.
Maybe.
With this, I would look at Rylal and say, "So you don't know what a halfling is?"
He looked like a mere child to you.
With an adult face.
Yeah.
That creature is so small.
Yeah.
Yet there is years of life in him.
Yeah.
Yes.
He looks like a dwarf, but there's no. He's not.
Yes.
No beard.
There's something wrong.
He is a grown man.
He is a grown man. Yes.
So,
I think he's older than all of you, actually.
Yeah.
That is a grown man.
yes.
is an adult.
That's an adult.
He
Yes.
will not get
Yes.
bigger.
Nope.
That is that's his size. They are small, humanoid-like creatures. Very lucky they are. They are very lucky. But yeah, that is a halfling.
Probably not lucky enough to have flour.
Oh
So-
yes.
Well, pirates, that took the flower.
So what he
This
meant
is
by
not-
flour is grain that is ground up into a powder that you make into bread. Not an actual like flour with petals, but grain that's ground up.
Your people didn't have bread?
We took flowers and turned it into poison. I don't.
Oh, that's what you did with flour.
There's no grain underground.
The Drow live on a carnivore diet underground.
Yeah.
Don't eat a lot of bread.
How
Not a lot of
long?
carbs.
How long were you on the surface before you were snatched up?
Oh, at least like 20 minutes.
You were like, "Hey, what's this fucking hole here?"
Boom! The sun gets you up.
In
When,
all,
when I
it was like a week. It wasn't very long.
when I left my home, I passed out not far away. So I'm
Oh.
My experience up here has been in a cell.
Oh God, you've only known the Isle of Sorberg.
Yes.
So
Poor soul.
you thought you thought most of the upper world looked like cats
Cool.
And serpent people.
and reptile people.
And birds and squirrels.
Meeting all of you guys has been an enlightening experience, to say the least.
Oh yes, yeah. I assume.
Well, you don't know what you don't know
Yeah.
until you know it.
Fucking yeah.
Put that on a t-shirt.
I think this is the most questions that you've asked since I've met you, Rylal.
Well, if I'm going to be up here, I need to learn what's going on before I get us killed.
He's like a newborn babe.
He is.
So Rylal, you're kind of like asking all these questions as you're maneuvering into the tavern. So I'll give you kind of the description as you look around. The rest of them has kind of seen this place. And then you, Jophiel. This will be a first time too for you.
Me too.
Well, and yes, of course. You know what? I feel like Xyrra and Jophiel are like narrating this to Rylal, and maybe in different ways. Like her in like the warrior way, and you in like the kind of
Scholarly,
philosopher way, scholarly.
yeah.
So the interior of the rest is it's very inviting, which probably doesn't make sense to you. The atmosphere, that is. But there are
feel
subtle there are subtle changes to those that have been here. The large fireplace does remain the central gathering spot, but now it is much more for kind of strategizing amongst farmers, like that are coming here and try. You come in and you immediately hear like old farmers talking about like, hey, like Bob, can we like hide most of our crops like in your homestead for when the pirates come and try to take it from me, and we'll move it around. That's like really what's going on here. That like jovial laughter is much more subdued. Like the people here are much more in distress than what they used to be. You don't smell that famous Toby Goodhart bread. It's very much kind of stale old ale and whatever they can cook up. Like very much like vegetable medley kind of stews and things. Yeah, it's not what it used to be. But Toby's doing the best that he can, even among the inconsistencies in what he has. Toby never really had like guards or anything here, right? That is still very much the case, which is interesting. Like Cedric, you've never seen Toby hurt anything. But you know, who knows? As you go in, there are a few NPCs of note, I will say. There is a jovial and wise-looking halfling with a knack for, it looks like, as you kind of peer toward him, he does look like some kind of a traveling merchant, I would say, in the way that he's talking to individuals. You overhear his name. You overhear his name is Mary, or Mariatic Thistlewood. As you're kind of like walking and listening, he seems to be traversing with a caravan, and you kind of recall out front as the hole in the barn, you did see kind of two wagons that were parked inside of it, along with a third that belongs to you, Cedric, full of goods. And as you're listening, you hear that this Mary is heading toward Duskendale. And then there is, there's a couple local farmers. The one that kind of stands out is Eldris Willowroot, Eldras Willowroot, which is an elf, which kind of, that's different for out here. Elf seems to have a bunch of deep knowledge of the lands, has a very gentle demeanor. Cedric, she comes here all the time, but she does stand out because most in this region are halfling. Let's see, who else do we have? There is also Cedric, someone that's here very often, a healer, an herbalist from a nearby farm. Usually brings Toby all kinds of herbs and things to put into his stews. Toby is all about like invigorating those that come here and eat, and he will feed them to the point of them exploding as long as they can make their way and have enough calories to get to either Duskendale or the wharf. But this healer is known as Faelwen, Faelwen, Faelwen Silverstream. She's just a local farmer herbalist. And these are kind of the standout NPCs, quote unquote, of the tavern. But as you guys are pushed in, not pushed in, you kind of, Rylal, you're pushed in. And it's, like I said, there's kind of the central fireplace, hearth, whatever you want to call it, the gathering spot for all the farmers. There's a very nice wooden bar top that seems to have probably been made by Toby, as far as you know, Cedric, and to those that have been here before. It's warm and inviting. It just has this kind of gloomy cloud above it because of what's going on in the region. But I will say that Cedric, as you come in and you guys get comfortable, do you want to sit at the bar or you want to find a table? Before you're pushed out and made to bathe by Toby. Up to you.
They're all gathered near the fireplace?
Yeah, most of them are gathered around the fire in the middle of the building.
How close? Oh, yeah, in the middle of the building.
Everything's very close together. It's a compact 2-story tavern with a basement, so technically 3 stories. Technically.
I would think a table would probably fit us
a
better.
table.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kill us.
You guys kind of...
How sturdy does the furniture look being
It's
halfling?
well made. It's
Okay.
very well made. Toby has made it for anybody that comes through here. So I would say that you kind of carefully sit down into the booth, right? And
I'd watch Cedric sit down first because he'd be the closest one to my size.
The thing is, it almost bends and conforms to him in a way. It's
yeah,
made out of
he's
soft
into
wood of the halfling nature. Cedric, what'd you say? Sorry.
Ease into it at first, you know.
Yeah, you're always afraid because you think it's
swap
going to
down.
give. You think it's going to give, but it never does. It's like Toby seems to be very good in what he's made here.
Look over at Rylal and I'm like, so far so good.
It's like sitting in a booth at Waffle House. You don't know if you're going to fit, right?
I just
want the
want
waffle.
down.
You're heavier than me, but I'm all right, son.
I'm gonna try to bounce out where I'm gonna sit. I'm gonna sit next to the smaller individuals, the 2 girls.
So everyone kind of finds their spot. You find the most shallow area. It's like Alex Donkeeper's shoes that he made, you know? The weight distribution is key. Jesus Christ.
happened?
I don't know.
My pencil hit my Red Bull can.
That was
okay.
audible. Anyway.
Right.
That was scary.
Yeah.
So as you guys sit down, Toby runs this place by himself, and he's running bath water for you guys. So he's not in here currently. But someone did notice that Osidius specifically took very much a keen interest in Cedric. Looking out the window was this mercantile halfling that was talking and chattering about as you came in. Mary Thistlewood. And he actually, as you guys sit and you walk by and he was talking, yada yada, he does kind of eyes on your table, walk over. Excuse me, is one of you Mr. Cedric Chamberlain?
That is me.
I just want to give you so much thanks, sir. Osidius has helped me get my wagons to and from Duskendale for the past several months at the behest of Toby. I'm so sorry for his weight gain.
He seems happy.
We specialize in food, and he seems just so hungry all the time.
Yes.
I don't know if he had... I
looks
thought that
it.
maybe he had a tapeworm or something within him. He just eats and eats and eats. And Toby always says you have to feed your clientele, and I live by that. And I'm very glad that I could take care of your horse, but he is yours. So take him back gratefully, so it be it from me. And he actually he reaches around, he grabs a small coin purse, and he hands it to you. For all the trouble and the aid that Osidius has given us, I would like to give you this.
I'll push the coin purse back towards him.
No,
can
I
only
insist.
thank
He
you
pushes it back
for watching.
toward you. As you say that, he's like, no. And you should take this.
You've taken such great care of Osidius. I could not have asked for better care.
You push it back.
Yeah.
But you are a paladin of Essos, which you would understand that you have aided me, so I should aid you. And he pushes it back toward you.
Oh, praise Essos, and I'll push it back towards him.
while they're sitting here doing this, you'd see my hand come across the table and grab the bag, pull it,
I will
and sit it next to Cedric.
I will gladly give it to one of your allies instead. If they can convince you of taking this, it is the least that I can do. Plus, you may have to pay one of those veterinary clinics to remove some of the weight of Sidious in the future. This coinage could help you, Sir Cedric.
I think we can work it off of him. It should be fine.
Yeah.
Gret, didn't happen to stay in the wild last night, did you?
No, been here since yesterday.
I just happened to notice some tracks leading off the trail.
Was a caravan, another one heading toward Duskendale, though it wasn't mercantile. It was performance.
Really?
Some kind of traveling circus.
It did seem like a
A
very
raucous
heavy
crowd.
wagon and had multiple people.
Oh, 2 heavy wagons, big horses, lots of elves, and then a custodian of pompous arrogance. How I would describe him. He was quite the arse. Toby even told him to get the F out of here, if you know what I mean. The flock
That's
out of here.
quite impressive to have sent Toby into such a rage.
He was just very arrogant, the guy. Not very nice. But anyway, we sent him on. But yes, thank you, friend of Cedric, for making sure that he gets the coinage that is probably his. Enjoy Sidious, and I hope that he serves you well, Sir Paladin. And you too,
Thank you.
fellow member, assumably, of the Conclave. Thank you for your service, whatever it may be. And to the rest of you that follow Sir Cedric in his light of the Sovereign Pillars. And the halfling bows.
I bow back at him.
All right, y'all stink. The bats are ready. You hear kind of like a door open from beyond the back of the tavern. This way, come on.
I would jump up at the opportunity.
Yeah, I'm jumping up.
Yeah, I'll go too.
It's time to shower.
There are several kind of like the stainless steel horse watering troughs size things, partitioned. He literally set up like partitioning,
Old West hot
changing
tubs.
tables
Let's
in the back in one of the barns. Literally 6. He seems to have done it very quick. Cedric, you've long assumed that Toby has some kind of magical prowess about him. You think he's either like a sorcerer or wizard of some kind. He makes things just kind of appear at times. So like everything's kind of laid out for you. Towels. What do you call them? Loofahs, all the good stuff, soap, and you guys can shower up. Yes, honey?
Nothing.
Oh, you looked at me like you was going to say something. Nope.
Toby, how did you prepare all this so fast?
I am strong, Cedric, just like you.
I sit there and just eyeball
Is that
him.
right?
Well, to be honest,
Stronger than me, and I'll like start derobing.
he's like standing in front of you, but making sure to look way up. Well, to be honest, Cedric, I have plenty of these stalls for anyone that comes and goes. I just made sure the water was hot.
I appreciate that. Thank
you
you.
say
Oh, you're welcome.
Do I smell fire?
Well, you don't smell like fire. Fire smells good sometimes. I like the smell of a good mesquite wood when I'm trying to like make some barbecue. You
Toby,
smell
how did
like
you heat the water?
You smell like the poop that falls onto fire
What
from
have you
a
done here, Toby?
traversing horse.
Guys.
I mean, I don't
can use-
care, but I mean,
He can
it's
use
hot
a
water.
spell.
Yeah, obviously, but
I
why
look
won't you
towards
just say
Toby.
it?
Thaumaturgy.
Among other things, sure.
Is that what
Just
you do
depends.
to the bread?
He's a caster.
I invigorate the breath. That is.
I know, it's quite
that
good. I
comes
want
from
to know
the
the
heart.
secret.
It comes from the heart.
You've
Your
insulted
I
magic
am
heart.
Toby Goodheart, and I have a magic heart, and I haven't had flour in months, and my microphone's falling, and this is horse shit.
It literally happens every time when you get on a rant.
The microphone knows.
DM gets so angry, microphone falls.
Anyway, you should shower because you stink, and then you
You're
should
right.
come in, and we will drink, and then I will also show you the door because I am mystified by it. And the only reason I'm mystified is there are some pirates that come by here like once every fortnight, and one of them is called Silas the Pale. It's a woman that says she's from Yardoon, and she's really interested in the door underneath my tavern. She said she knew about it, which makes no sense.
A woman,
And she
you say?
Yes, a woman, an elf, and she wants to get into the door. But the thing is she came and asked about the door before I even found it. Which means that my great-great-granddad may have been talking about a door that couldn't open for years. And I want to know what's in it. And I only trust friends, and I trust you, Cedric, so you should open that door and figure out just what in the fluck is in there.
All right.
I'm sorry, I'm just excited that you're here. Quit waving that around. Get in the tub.
This, as I'm dipping in, this Silas, has anyone ever called her Night Current before?
I said Silas. That's wrong. I am, unfortunately, an ass. Hold on.
Okay, that's why I was like.
Oh.
That's why I was like.
Her name is Sareth. Sareth the Pale.
Sareth.
I am so sorry. It's as if I was reading some author's notes on things that didn't quite line up properly. And I really hope that he didn't yell at his underlings about like keeping notes of names or anything. Anywho, so yeah, her name's Sareth the Pale, and she's an ass, but she walks around with those other pirates, Carnan Blacktide and Gorlam Ironhead, another human and a dwarf, and they come here. They want coinage.
For
They
the
literally
door?
No, they take 50% of my net profits every week.
Do you lie to them and keep more for yourself?
Of course. I bury it in the
Smart man.
backyard.
Perfect.
Good.
Perfect.
But I still have to give them something, which is raucous and unfortunate. I've really been hoping that an adventure would come by and like off with their heads or something. But I'm a kind-hearted man, so I just give them. Well, they took all my bread. You know what? I hate
Well-
them.
Yeah,
Isn't
you
it
should hate
justice,
them.
is it?
When are
Isn't
they
it?
due back?
What?
When are they due back here again?
They show up once a week, anytime. Probably between. Let's see. What is today? Yep, probably in the next 3 days, if I had to guess.
So we have some time.
Maybe. Maybe not. Anyway, and he kind of like averts his eyes at this point because he's really been watching everyone like get into their skivvies and begin to bathe. I'll meet you back in the tavern. Hope you like vegetable stew. He goes like walking off. And you guys
Toby,
are like, yeah.
do you have some cloth that I can use to wrap my arm?
Oh, sure. Yeah. And he goes running into the tavern, comes back a few moments later with cloth that seems to be bound around kind of a wooden dowel. Leaves it there. Dark cloth. Hope this will work.
Thank you. Now I'd wrap up my left arm.
What happened to your arm?
You just, well, you don't see him. You're
Oh, yeah,
petitioned, so
yeah,
you don't
yeah,
actually
yeah.
see
Yeah.
him. So yeah, you guys are
Yeah,
literally
just,
like trough partition.
Rylal, is there something wrong with your arm?
No.
Oh,
Your
yeah.
arm.
That's good. I thought you were injured, but I didn't remember you getting hit in the arm.
I'm not injured.
Were you hit in the arm?
Can we just talk
I
about
don't
how
remember.
fucking good this water feels?
It does feel very, very nice.
It's a little too warm for my tastes.
It is pretty warm. It is pretty hot.
Like a cold, do you?
A little bit.
Well, I mean, I'm sure underground it's cold
Nice and
springs,
chilly.
probably. Yeah.
It is much warmer up here.
But yeah.
The sun. Sorry.
The sun-
The
sun's
bright
a bitch.
light in the sky
Ah,
during the daytime,
It'll
as
burn
you
you up.
call it, does not feel good. The white looking bit when it's dark, that's fine.
You gotta be careful with the sun. It'll get you.
yes, some burn. Others tan. Their skin gets darker to accept the sun more easily. I'm really surprised you're not more red than what you are. Is
Well,
it?
he does look darker, so he probably is getting some sort of like.
Yeah, some block. of some sort.
Raylal, you're starting to
Some
wonder if they have some
low-grade.
kind of vision that can see past your partition because they're talking about what you look like.
Well, yeah, we've seen what he's look like. We've seen his skin before.
I have true sight. I've kept it a secret for all this time.
Holy shit. Fuck it. That's a big fucking secret.
Jophiel, are you enjoying your bath? You shrug.
She's making a bubble beard as we speak.
I mean, I feel like my character wouldn't care one way or the other. I don't think she'd really feel much.
Doesn't
or-
indulge in the,
Yeah, she doesn't.
the wants of mortals.
It's
Yeah,
just
really.
weird seeing Sir Cedric have more fun than you. Usually he's the one that's like, this is horse shit.
Why aren't we
I mean, she
punching
does
these
like
things?
Who
she
cares
does.
about baths? I was just curious.
She does her business and
Right.
things best she can, and she thinks she's clean enough. But then she'll like
She's
does
the
what she
first one
normally
out of
does,
there.
listens to
Are you the
everyone's
first one out of
conversation.
there?
Yeah,
Okay, so you head back into the tavern first.
yeah.
All right, well, I'll get with you in a moment. I'll let the rest of you speak if you would like on anything else. Go right ahead.
No, I'm going to dunk my head underwater as many times as I can.
Gotcha.
As soon as it's cold, though, I'm getting out.
So
stay
yeah,
till it gets
yeah,
cold.
Yeah,
Yeah,
stay till it gets
I'm
cold.
fucking in that shit.
Yeah. So you guys get cleaned up, very much so.
When I go to leave the bath, people would notice that I like restack up the towels. It's nice. It's very well kept. Like
Gotcha. Yeah, the rest of you are just kind of like blah.
Yeah,
He was like,
fucking towels hanging on the partition.
it look,
and-
yeah, it's immaculate. It's immaculate. It's very much like the servants in Ophius. Anywho, but Jophiel, you very much quickly kind of you do your business, you get out, you head in, like very quick, methodical. So you'll be the first to kind of push back in. Already done?
Yes, it was very nice.
Do you like vegetable medley stew?
Oh, this is
I'll
gonna be
try it.
interesting.
You'll try it? Good. Because if you didn't, I'd have to kick your ass out of here. Just kidding. So he kind of like gestures toward you to come to the bar top.
She sits there.
How old are you? Kind of pushes it toward you. You just have these crow's feet that remind me of my own, and I'm a pretty old halfling.
You know, I've forgotten my age. It's probably best. You should
guess.
never ask a woman her age.
Oh, well, I'm a halfling. I don't give a shit. My wife died many years ago, so I ask everyone how old they are. I'm not bashful.
No, you're not. I don't expect you to be.
Okay. Anywho, so not getting the name, not getting the age. Anyways, and he begins to sit out drinks as the rest of you begin to kind of like file in. What do you want to drink?
Do you have red dwarven ale?
Maybe. And he goes running off through like a one of those doors. What do you call them? The bar doors that kind of
Yeah.
like you run through them and it begins to like rattle.
Yeah.
And you hear him like open another heavy door, and then you hear footsteps going down below. So you don't know. We'll find out in a minute. But the rest of you begin to kind of like file in. There is vegetable stew in front of each of the bar top areas where you can go sit, along with water.
Immediately as Rylal sits, I sit down, I send him my bowl.
You get two
Double
bowls.
portion for you.
you'd see me take the bowl, kind of sniff it, kind of give it a funny look, and kind of sip it a little bit.
I was just saying, if you sip, it's really good.
I sip
It's
it.
medley.
And
Yeah.
like okay, and then you see me reach for my pack and pull out just a small little packet of something,
Oh God, he's got a ramen packet. Let's go.
And-
Say,
Oh
this
God.
ramen?
and you see me spread it
Chicken.
just over both bowls,
Okay.
and then you'll see me kind of look around. There's how many spoons? What's in front of me?
Spoons, yes.
There's spoons.
Wooden
just
spoons. Yeah, in front of you, yes.
Well, there'd be two. I would have put
Yeah.
the spoon into mine, but then sent it
you
your
have
way.
2 spoons. That seems more efficient.
one. You'd see me take that spoon out of your bowl, lick it clean, and like set it very specifically in front of me, like to the side, and kind of like maneuver everything into like a proper setting.
Yeah, the rest of you are like going at it, right? And then he's very like methodically
There's
moving.
a napkin. It's here. The spoons.
You see me like spin, like see me like spin like the goblet, or whatever we put the ale into,
Yeah.
spin around a certain way and like sit there and kind of like look at all you guys. Very confused.
Everett, it very much reminds you of some training that you had when you were very young that you rebelled against because you thought it was stupid.
I've actually, Alex myself has had that same training, and it was also fucking stupid then.
You know?
So
Yeah.
I would
just
say
trying
though
to
that
remember.
Everett, you're the only one that picks up on this.
yeah. That's
That it reminds you of some training that you've had. So take that as a note. But he's very methodical in the way he goes about eating. The rest of you, it's good. Like Toby makes really good food, regardless of what it is. So it's very invigorating. If you didn't already rest, it would have given you the magical prowess of a long rest. But you do hear. So this is just for you, Jophiel. You hear a message in your mind. Dwarven red, huh? What vintage do you want? I have 3 barrels.
Damn.
The oldest one you have.
The oldest one that I have is from Dorthrock. Is that the one you want?
Aye.
So, are you human or elf or what? Like, how does one that looks like you like Dwarven red ale so much?
I've been around for a while.
See, I knew she was old. And he here's something crack open. He comes back up with a decanter
Shit.
of a clear liquid. But you see it and you're like, oh, could it be? And he sits it next to you with a goblet, clear goblet glass. You want to try it?
Oh, yes.
Okay. So as you kind of popped it's a glass decanter. So you pull off the glass top. Mm-hmm. You smell it. There's no odor. Dwarven red doesn't have an odor. And then you pour a little bit. Kind of line the glass. Mm-hmm. Take a sip. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's it. Like your taste buds
she
are
actually taste it?
Your taste buds are so out of whack, and you can't usually taste stuff. But this stuff is so potent and so powerful that you can feel the burn on the sides of your cheeks and like in your gums. Like you don't really taste it as much as you feel it. The rest of you, as she kind of like pours a little bit of this, it smelled like, okay, in the real world, like the harshest rubbing alcohol you've ever smelled. Like moonshine times 1,000. None of you are dwarves in the party, so like you don't really recognize it. But it is strong alcohol beverage, and she just takes it like it's nothing.
This is fine Dwarven red ale. Yes, indeed. And she begins to pour more.
I'm really surprised she's still
burning
standing.
my eyes.
Yeah, the rest of you are like, ah.
I would not be.
That's probably why I can't see the color.
I would probably smell it and be like, something that could actually do something to me.
It's strong. It is strong. For funsies, does anybody else try and partake in the dwarven red?
If she's willing to share.
Aye. More for all.
So, I see, Cedric, that you've been traveling a while and you desire to get flucked up this evening. That's cool. I will make sure that the puke buckets are right next to your beds on this eve.
Perfect.
Beds. You have rooms.
Oh, Cedric's chambers have been reserved, and 3 other rooms. Some of you may have to like double bunk, but yeah, of course, I'm not gonna let you sleep out in the open.
A bed.
You could probably sleep under Osidius if you wanted to. He's kind of a makeshift tent these days, isn't he?
Yeah, he makes for a warm bed.
I've never seen moobs on a horse like that.
Can you milk it?
Oh, I tried. We have a milk shortage at this point. They've
no.
taken all of our cows, but I tried. Horse milk, not the way to go. Well, I thought it was milk anyway.
Yeah.
I don't.
Hey, yo.
I don't think that males produce milk. I'm sorry to
Well,
It was more of a
Yeah.
joke.
You can't blame a halfling for trying. I've been using imitation cheese for my mac and cheese like this whole time. In the past several months, it's terrible.
Imitation cheese?
I didn't know it was a
Is that
thing.
cheese product?
No, I was using it, and the customers were like, "This is terrible. It is disgusting. You make it, and it's good for all of 5 minutes, and then it hardens into a rock." And I started reading the lettering on the back of the label, and I saw a word, imitation. I had to go look it up in a dictionary. It means it's not fucking real, Cedric. It is an imitation, a cheap one, of what it's supposed to be. How can I make my award-winning baked mac and cheese if I have imitation cheddar? Explain that to me.
By Essos, there's no way.
Exactly.
You have your
If it's
clientele
not
eat it faster.
cheese,
Oh, I make sure to feed it to them post haste. And then, but some of them are speaking of like indulgent constipation, which I don't even know what that means. How do you indulge in constipation?
Indulgence?
Sounds quite
My word.
unfortunate.
That's not something I'd usually indulge in.
Well, I won't
It's
make you
dying
indulge in
here.
it. I actually do have some of it, but it's frozen in the back cellar. And the thing is, it's not cold in there. It's kind of warm. That's how hard the cheese gets after you let it sit for about 2 hours.
You should probably try to pay the pirates in it. Be like, look, you've taken everything else. This is all I,
I can
have left.
throw it
Or
at the
throw it at
pirates
them.
and kill them. That's what I should do. Anyway, I'm really... You know what? I am glad to see each of you. You, Cedric, and your new friends. By the way, I'm Toby Goodhart, if I haven't introduced myself. I don't know if I met the rest of you. At least gotten your names.
Xyrra Moonveil.
Jophiel.
I turned the light on and opened the door.
I thought that was here.
No, it's
I was like, oh shit.
for funsies. We'll take a real quick break right there. Oh, no. Be quiet. Be quiet. He muted himself, but it's okay. Don't worry. And we're gone. How about you say that? We're jumping right back in. Hello. Everything's fine. Ian's wife just scared him because she just got home from work. No big deal. She scared us too.
Yep.
I thought there was an
Nope.
NPC entering the
Scared
chat that I wasn't voicing, and I got worried.
That would be scary.
Yeah. So you guys are being fed and drinking, but Toby did mention the fact that via the fact that he's not getting his regular deliveries of ale, that he found an old door, and that one of the little bands of pirates that come around like collecting essentially from him were actually interested in said door before he even found it. And then he found it. And then Cedric, here you are. And he's like, hey, door. Weird. Well, he probably actually said, there's a fucking door down there, Cedric, and someone wants to know what's in it, and I want to know before they do, but I can't open it.
How inebriated am I?
Oh, did you drink some?
Uh-huh.
he drank it.
This is so much fun. Everyone roll for me a Constitution saving throw with disadvantage, except for Jophiel.
Fuck yeah.
Wait, I didn't drink
I
it.
didn't drink it either.
Oh, no. Oh, just those that drink it.
It was just
Just
Rylal.
those that drink it. If you
12 plus
partook.
1 is 13.
13. Wow. All right, let's start at a
You know,
baseline
yeah.
there. Everyone,
Constitution
rough.
saving throw. What do I add to it? My modifier.
Con save?
Yes.
What's
Oh,
your what's your Constitution modifier?
Plus three.
3.
Are you proficient in Constitution saving throws?
It's marked like
As
it is.
as a
So-
barbarian, you should
What's
be at
proficiency at level 3?
+2, I think.
Shit.
Plus 2.
So plus 5
Yeah.
in total. So die 20 plus 5.
At disadvantage, right?
Yes. Yeah, Dwarven Red hits like a fucking truck. Oh no! You roll natty 1?
I sure did.
All
Natty
right.
1 and a 19.
Well, you've probably never had it before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, really, what type of alcohol can you make down there?
So those that rolled for me that actually partook, did everyone get below a 15 by
nah,
chance?
I got an 18.
Okay, so
I
you're
got a
good.
crit.
So you're good because you've had it before. So Cedric and Rylal then are a little inebriated. Is that fair to say?
All right.
That's actually pretty fun.
Big ass guy in a small
That's actually
tavern.
pretty fun. So all that I'm gonna say for you two, because it wasn't super fails or anything, is that just your inhibitions have been lowered.
Yeah.
You know, you're having kind of you're having a bro moment with your fellow adventuring party. Is all that's
Yeah.
happening. You're having a good time. You're letting loose. Your hair's down. But yeah,
No.
Toby really seems interested. Cedric, have I done my best to fill you up enough that I can show you this door? Because I just want to make sure that there's nothing beyond it.
Yes,
that these
please,
pirates
Toby.
will. Oh, I see.
Toby,
Cutting
Toby,
Toby off
please.
now. All right, I understand.
Please.
To the
show me
door!
Please show me this door.
Great, you woke up your sleeping wife and your child in real life, and now we're all gonna get in trouble. Anywho. So he
I would also try to come along.
Yeah, no,
I'll
he's
accept
very
it.
much like asking all of you, pleading. He seems to be. You guys are taking this, and I am pushing it forward a little bit here, expediting it, one might say. He seems to be worried that just about them figuring out what it is before he does. So you guys' is kind of showing up is prevalent. Oh God.
Is this to get to the basement? Do you have to go outside and down into the cellar, or is it a built-in?
No, it's past. So you go behind the bar,
down.
through a not a sliding door, a revolving door that goes blah blah blah, into the kitchen, and then through another door that goes down the steps, and then you're in a very empty looking cellar. Has about 10 to 15 barrels left. If any of you have ever been here before that have frequented the tavern, which really just be Cedric, and why would Cedric have came down here before? You can see the dust marks where this thing was filled with barrels of ale. And also an area of like small half pallets that was probably filled with bags of flour that is now just vacant. But at the very far wall, there is literally a like... It's stone, like it's a stone wall, but there is this cutout of where like a door engraving, right? And it's just there. It's just there. It just seems very much out of place. If you walk up and kind of put your hands where the crevices are, you can almost feel a draft coming through, but you don't see any clear handle or anything.
Can I do an investigation check on it?
Sure.
Does this remind me of the door that was at the Elite Seal that we escaped out of?
Very much so. Yes.
Oh, well, hell.
Oh, we have coins. We have the coins that
19.
opened it.
You actually don't.
Yeah, no.
Oh, Tope. Yeah, he took him.
The door took it. At the
yeah.
the Pillar's
Okay.
Forge, the door took it.
Yeah. Which means we would have to find something similar.
Investigation? 19. It seems to be a magically sealed door of some kind. Doesn't take a traditional key. Looking around though with that high of an investigation, there does seem to be script that was written on it at some point, but it's been chiseled off. So you're actually not sure how to open it.
Oh,
Probably
wow.
some magical means of some kind is needed.
Would Toby direct us towards the door?
Yeah, so Toby comes down and there it is. This is kind of, yeah.
You see me put my hand on the spot, very clumsily.
Steady. Steady, big fella.
Rylal, are you drunk?
So Cedric and Rylal kind of hold each other's shoulders as they kind of come down, and they get to the bottom, they kind of separate, and then
Stumbling
Rylal
down.
kind of stumbles toward the door and puts a hand on it. Yeah.
You see me take my fist, kind of hit it a couple times, not super hard, but
Okay.
to see if there's a hollow
Knock, knock.
sound to it.
It's very sturdy, I would say. It's got some girth. It's got some girth. I just wanted to use that word.
So it's an odd way to describe a door, but okay.
Big old girthy door.
Punnage.
It's got some heft. It seems to be very solid.
No give?
No give. Not at all.
Any hollow sound to it?
No, there's just okay. So what I would say is there's no hollow sound. There is slight give at the corners of the door, but just barely, like where the edges are, the cutouts are of it. But as Xyrra's kind of seeing, it's magically placed in some way. But the enchantment is not endless. It's not something that was put into place to be impenetrable. It does seem as though it can be traversed. it does seem that Xyrra, that there was a way to get in here that was relatively easy, but has been covered up. You guys are going to
So
need to
somebody
either...
can't.
Yeah, you guys are either going to have to break this fucking down, like, break this fucking door down, like, hardcore. Like, it's going to take some doing, like, pickaxing, or you're going to have some other means. So what'd you guys like to do?
So I after I see Rylal like hitting it and then like Xyrra beforehand like investigating it, I'll kind of shoo them away.
Yeah.
I kind of just do this as I'm drinking the dwarven ale still.
Like it's nothing, by
and
the way.
I'm just drinking it and I just look at the door, drink some more, look at it. I finish my drink and then I pull out that key that I got and I just pop it on the door.
Oh, she got a key.
That's right. There's something else too.
So you're going to use the door, the key.
Yeah.
And as you kind of push it toward the door, it just disappears. And then the door itself, which was an illusion, begins to shudder and just disappear.
Were you leaning on it?
Very good illusion, by the way.
She shooed me away.
Like you,
yeah.
you felt it, Rylal, and you investigated it. It literally disappears, but it was such powerful illusion magic that it
Greater
seemed,
illusion.
Yeah, it seemed
touch it.
so real. As it fades away, you kind of walk in. You don't have to walk in. You just look in because it's not a big space. There seems to be a carved out area of cavern before you. An entrance to something ancient. On the opposite side, you see yet another. It's not quite a door. It's more of a monolith, carved with these visages of. Where you guys are currently, you've already seen this before. I was going to say visages of forgotten deities, but here's the thing: each of you have seen that depiction, other than you two. But in your readings, you would know. Rylal maybe not as much or not care to as much. It's that depiction of all the actual sovereign pillars that you saw in the Pillars Forge. It's that overlay again, along with their symbols. It stands nearly 10 feet tall, constructed from dark... I don't actually know how to pronounce this word. Is it Basalt?
Basalt.
Is it basalt? That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Okay. So, like, I know what it is, but I was
Yeah.
like, I don't remember how to pronounce it. Anyway, but it's absorbing the light that comes in. Like, the enchantment falls away, the light from the torches in the cellar are being absorbed by this monolith. The surface seems to shimmer with an inner darkness. And like I said, it is a monolith, but at the same time, it's some kind of door or passageway. And the edges are lined with intricate runes that glow faintly with an eerie phosphorescent light, hinting at some kind of latent magic seal within it. There's vines and moss that partially obscure its surface, indicating its age and the long time that it's remained hidden. Above the door, we got some elves in the party. Who all can read Elvish?
Me.
I can read Elvish.
Wow. Jophiel, can you
actually don't
read?
even
You
know.
can read ancient though.
Can I?
Oh shit! I can read Elvish.
Celestial, Abyssal, Draconic.
Yeah, but you also have the unlocked language of ancient, so you can
Okay.
read it as well. So Elvish or ancient, though she's the only one who can read. So is that everyone?
So
Everyone?
Definitely you two, and you, and bro.
Yes, everyone. Yeah, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very cool. So above the door, there's a cryptic inscription in an ancient, which you can read, Jophiel, tongue, but it is closely in dialect to Elvish. It seems to be beckoning the worthy. It says, "Only through sacrifice of the past can one enter the sanctum of the forgotten."
sacrifice of the past.
As each of you kind of read it in your head or speak it out loud, you watch as the monolith and all of the indications and like runes of the sovereign pillars begin to glow.
Oh, guys, we
Yes.
technically sacrificed our past because we were found dead.
What?
Yeah, the fake death certificates they gave out.
Uh-huh.
We forgo our past.
Are you wanting to just walk through this door?
I'm thinking about it.
You want to try?
I'm just sitting there swaying, staring in there.
All right. Look, if you're right, nothing should happen to me. But if anybody's going to go through it first, it ain't going to be you. So,
Everett, you actually like push Alex to the side?
I'll go first.
well,
I walk
no,
through.
wait, no, stop.
I just need to know who touches the door first, and if there's a fight for it, we got to roll some initiative.
I touch it.
Yeah,
Is-
no.
Is it okay to everyone then? Jophiel touches it first.
Probably try to stop her because I'm the least important here.
You two roll initiative then, and
I will
whoever
give
wins,
myself advantage with my ability.
whoever wins
Me
an
too.
initiative touches the door first.
Okay. Didn't know this was the race. Oh, I need to roll the
You
right
do now.
dice. Damn it.
What did you just roll?
D12.
D12. Yeah.
This is
What you got? What you got?
17.
Ooh, 18.
So Everett, you touch the door first.
Yes, I guess I do. Like a fool.
Alright.
Like a fool is right.
Well, I did. Doesn't matter if I live or die. I ain't got shit going
As
on.
you touch the door, you hear faintly in your mind as everyone around you solidifies and goes still.
Oh, that's bad.
And you are held in place. It's much less someone talking to you, but an understanding. To open this door of stone, you need to offer a memory of significant personal value.
Ooh.
Damn.
So Everett, if you would like to open this door and traverse to the other side, what memory would you like to offer as tribute? You tell me, my friend. If you choose to do so.
Yeah. Damn. So, like, it's just of like that one time, right?
Whatever memory of significant value to you.
Yeah, but it's not gonna be like
You don't know.
you don't lose your whole childhood,
You
just
have
like that
no
one
idea.
time.
Like that one time.
You have no idea what
at
I'm
band
asking
camp.
for.
Yeah,
You just need to
yeah.
offer a
That's-
memory. So you just need to tell me what the memory is.
So
If you want to offer it, it's up to you.
yeah, yeah. Just got to give me just a sec. I want to look it up so that way I know.
To the rest of you, other than the two partially inebriated ones, I would say that in this moment, it's almost as if you, like when you're dreaming, and something just seems so far out of reach, no matter how hard you try. Just for a moment, it's that deep haze, drunkenness, that dreamlike state that you hit, and it's palpable, Jophiel. You've never felt this much control over yourself. Perhaps maybe beyond that of what memory you haven't returned to yourself yet. Something so powerful that it can manipulate time itself. You're hit with this, and you're just watching things play out. Yes, Everett?
So the day that I left, the last time I saw
Him?
my dad and Mary. But specifically, I guess, grabbing that broken sword and getting ready to take it down to Alex and shop and get it fixed.
So that day, that significant memory that ties into your choice to leave and travel with him, right? So here's the thing. As you propose this memory and you give it to the door, that memory is stripped from you. Good luck, my friend. That memory's gone. Forever. And you all watch in this moment, as I said, it was very much a heaviness. Everyone is slowed. You can almost feel it. It's palpable. Ancient magic. And then Everett kind of pulls away, eyes wide, and begins to breathe heavy as the door, the monolith, begins to open. So each of you kind of like, well, this is weird, odd, and then all of a sudden you're back to reality. Cedric and Rylal, this could be because you're drinking. But I would say that this is a sobering moment for each of you. There's a gravity to this situation that shocks you back into alertness.
What in the sable was that?
So I was wrong, Everett. You could say it's okay.
See, door's open. It's fine.
What did it cost?
Yeah, what did it cost?
That didn't cost anything.
Insight check.
Fuck. Well, he wouldn't know.
I mean,
Fuck.
You wouldn't know that is
Oh,
right.
yeah. I mean, I guess
Would he remember that he had to offer a memory
Yeah,
though?
I think that he really wouldn't know.
Ooh, that is.
Yeah, well, yes.
Getting fallacy.
Yes,
Probably
but he
everyone
doesn't
else to him.
So yes, you gave something up, but you don't know what it is.
Yeah.
But I would say that as you look toward Mr. Dawnkeeper and then the rest of the party, though you remember everything that you've been through in the past 4 months, you don't know what led you here and
How did
how
I
you
get
got here. You have no idea why you're with that guy from the forge and why you're here, but you remember each of them, but it's so disconjointed. And we'll talk about it more as the campaign progresses, but you're now afflicted with fragmented memory.
Yeah,
There's a
that's what I was
piece of you
worried
that's
about.
been taken away. You've been withered,
Yeah.
and the rest of you can see it. It's as if he's not as bright as he used to be. A piece of him has been taken. You almost watched as a shadowy hand grabbed into his heart, pulled it away, and then the monolith opened. And you can now see something before you. Would you guys like to progress? Well, actually,
Yep.
you guys can talk, and then if you would like to progress, just let me know.
can I
Well-
make a insight check on him to compare him to myself when I first woke up?
An insight check?
I don't know if it's insight. I don't know what kind of check it would be, but it's kind of like comparing like how I
Medicine.
had lost.
Like, that doesn't sound
you
right, but a
want
medicine check would make more sense.
medicine. Okay.
Yeah, you're actually looking at, like, pigmentation of the skin, things like that. I think medicine would work better.
23.
There are some subtle similarities in the fact that whenever you were asked a question, you couldn't immediately answer and you had to really think hard of it, and you lied most of the time. But you've only had about 20 seconds of Everett, so I would say that you're not sure. You need more, as someone that's trying to figure out something, you need more information. You don't have enough information yet.
Right.
Unfortunately, it's a bit of metagaming. You don't know yet.
Okay.
So, not that you're metagaming, but it's just the thing you know, like as a player, but as an NPC, you just watched everything slow around you, Everett pull away, and be like, everything's fine. And if you look at it like that, you have no idea that he's lost memory. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
But something seems off.
But something seems off, and with the medicine check, all I would say is that he seems more withered, more dark than what he once was before. And can that tie you to a lack of memory? Maybe. Maybe you should make some more checks in the following days. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, yeah. I don't want to just give it all to you at once. So what would you guys like to do?
Proceed forward.
Yeah. We good? Why are you looking at me like that?
I would, before
Weird.
we go forward, I would turn to Toby and say,
Toby's eyes are wide, but he's also very much right there in the thick of it.
yeah, I would tell him, you should tell no one of this place.
Oh, I don't plan on it. We're closing the tavern early tonight.
And do not let those pirates near it.
Ain't no fucking way.
Good.
Looks around. Hands you a key. It's how you get out. I'm going to lock the cellar door from this side. So just keep a hold of it.
I like keys. She stops at her.
And he looks really sad all of a sudden. Oh, please tell me that the key that I just gave you isn't going to be eaten by something like the key that you put out and put in that door was. I've made a huge mistake, and Toby Goodhart doesn't usually make mistakes.
No, I don't eat keys.
Oh, no. Oh. But you made that door eat it.
No.
It was like it was subservient to you.
Nope.
There was a special key.
The key had the magic within itself.
Okay, that's not a magical key. I didn't imbue it with anything. It
But I like
literally,
keys.
it just opens the door.
I may not give this back.
All right. We'll talk about it later. Please be safe, by the way. It seems dark and mysterious in there.
Won't be the first time I've gone somewhere dark and
My
mysterious.
great...
That's our middle name.
That's good. My great-great-granddaddy was a high wizard of Yardoon at one point in time.
That would have been a lot of fucking useful information 20 seconds ago, Toby.
There's no...
Just saying.
There's no telling what could be in there. Just be careful. Thanks, by the way.
Never trust anyone named Toby.
Toby's a good boy.
Beyond the door of stone, the monolith, is a dimly lit chamber, the air thick with the musk of ancient tomes and the metallic tang of rust. The sanctum is a circular room lined with stone shelves that groan under the weight of countless scrolls and books.
Yes!
And the arcane artifacts forgotten by time and man. In the center, a lone pedestal holds a single large tome, bound in leather with clasps of iron. As you get close and you look, because we can read ancient, Jophiel is the only one that can read this. Jophiel, as you get close, you read it, and it says, or it on its kind of like title area, the Codex of Lost Voices. And then underneath, a collection of forbidden knowledge, spells, and tales of entities long erased from the memory of the world. And it sits there hovering on a pedestal.
I would immediately be going to the scrolls and the books and like looking at titles.
So you begin to look around.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we will definitely get to you before
Yeah.
we end tonight's session. Don't worry. You can go ahead and preemptively roll for me an investigation check.
Okay.
That would be great. Actually, I'll probably give you two things here. Roll for me an investigation check, and then roll for me a die 10, and then just write it down and we'll get to it.
Okay.
Because I feel like this is very true to your character to immediately just start looking at everything else other than the glowy book sitting on the pedestal.
Yeah.
But the rest of you kind of sense and something from this.
I would say it aloud, the title of the book.
So each of you know the title.
We should take it.
That does seem super important.
It is pretty...
That sounds like it
Interesting.
would be very close to my research.
Each of you begin to hear whispers as you step into the chamber, akin to the whispers that you heard that were asking you for something. But now the rest of you are being befallen by these whispers. As you step in and you're like, this is interesting. The door behind you closes, seals, holding you inside. To those that thought that they didn't walk into here, you did. It just pulled you in. And the door behind you, the monolith, closes. And each of you are being befallen by whispers. But they fall on deaf ears to you, Everett. But to the rest of you, you're now being beckoned. There are these claws in your mind that are looking for memories. Each of them asking, what is the most important memory to you? We will start with, we'll go clockwise. Jophiel.
God.
And there, like I said, there's just something in your mind and whispers that are asking for, what is your most fondest memory? Jophiel, heiress of Twilight.
Oh no.
Did time stop, or did they all just kind of like freeze?
Everett, you're watching as everyone is kind of
They've
looking down,
stopped, like-
glassy-eyed. You're like, you can walk around to them and like shake them, and they don't move.
Oh yeah, I'm kicking.
You're
and
alone.
punching and shit. Fuck. I'm
You're
looking
alone.
for
You
a
seem
way
to be
out,
alone.
then.
So You're literally sealed in this chamber.
Yeah. How big is it?
The chamber about a 30-foot radius,
Just full of books.
full
and
of
shit.
books and tables. But so about 6 seconds pass. And Jophiel, I will give you a chance to decide to answer if you wish.
So my favorite memory, Jophiel's, would be probably the first time that she introduced herself to like a group, like a town, a settlement of people who looked up to her in some way. I'm not sure where that would be exactly. But like the first time she kind of walked down and everyone got excited to see her, and whether it was her as her one form
Like-
or as a 13, but like,
Well, it would depend. Is it whenever you were already one of the 13 or when you were introduced as the replacement? That's a big choice. I do need to know,
it would
unfortunately.
be the first, it would be the,
Like the first settlement that had recognition of who you were?
whenever everything, when the world was coming together, essentially it would be sometime around that where
You would be talking about your initial introduction then, because you weren't introduced until you were the replacement.
okay, then yeah.
Okay. So as you kind of think on that memory, and you think back of your father Eowyn introducing you to the first capital city, Duskendale, when everyone's coming from across the stars, and you were being introduced to the Sovereign Pillars. That is the memory you go for?
It was probably be my most cherished memory, yeah.
You feel as though you are drowning in a black lake, and you have the memory in your hand, or blackness in the other. And there are these whispers that are reaching out toward you. What do you do?
I would want to hold on to the memory of that.
So you keep it?
Yeah.
You fall unconscious.
Okay.
Everett, you watch as Jophiel falls unconscious. Sir Cedric, what is your most cherished memory? I'm going clockwise, so Xyrra, you're next, followed by Rylal, and then Alex Dawnkeeper. Just so you know.
Maybe the last time I saw my father before he disappeared.
Ooh, interesting. I would say, from my point of view, knowing your backstory, that the last time you saw your father may have been whenever he took you for your final exams before becoming an initiate of the Order of the Ascendant Flame. As I would say, probably the last time. He dropped you off at the Triadic Conclave, and then he came back to see if you progressed enough to become an initiate, and that was probably the last day. Right? Am I wrong? Would that follow the timeline?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, because it would be at least over 7 years, right? Probably closer to 8 or 9.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that would be your cherished memory, your father being there during kind of that moment of you. And it's the same thing. You feel these whispers, these hands coming out toward you. You feel as though you're drowning in a black lake, and you have that memory, and then you just have the darkness below, and that their hands are out wanting one or the other. So which do you choose? Or what would you like to try to do?
I think I try and keep my memory too. Let go of whatever darkness this is.
As you kind of try and you want to try and let go of both? Well, like keep the one. Do you hand over the darkness is what I'm asking. Or do you try something different? You can hand over the memory or the darkness, or you can try something else.
Yeah, I want to keep them both.
Interesting. Okay.
I don't want to hand over anything.
So what I want so for you, this is more devotion. Mr. Paladin, can you give me a charisma saving throw?
Are you zealous?
Are you zealous?
18 plus 6 is 24.
Wow. Okay. What I will say is that you do in turn fall unconscious, but you feel as though you've held on to both. Does that make sense? But in just your final kind of moment there, you kind of fall asleep. Xyrra, what is your most cherished memory?
Probably visiting the library in Valentius with my mother.
That's a pretty good memory. You kind of feel the same thing, kind of like the endless void in one hand and then that memory, and you feel these arms reaching out toward you. What would you like to do? Do you want to hand one of them over? Or do you want to try and fight it and do something different? As each of you go, by the way, you feel more empowered to the next. As if you're passing on, like Jophiel learned something, then Cedric learned something. It's going on in a good way.
So am I sensing something, just kind of reaching for it, or do I actually?
Yes, you feel an otherworldly entity reaching out, trying to steal something from you. But it's trying to persuade you that it's not going to be stolen. I only say steal to you because of the nature of your being. Because you're very good at stealing things. You feel as though something's trying to take something from you.
Honestly.
That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for honesty.
So she would probably go into protective mode because knowledge is obviously important to me. And might actually throw out a psychic blade.
Aggression is away. So go ahead. What I want you to do is go ahead. I've already told you to keep track of two checks.
I've got.
So I tell you what, just go ahead and roll for me an attack.
Okay.
And we'll see if you hit it.
Is 15.
With the 15, you throw out a psychic blade, and then you fall unconscious.
Okay.
You don't know. You don't know. Rylal, it's really hard to take account of everything that's going around you, but I am curious, what is Rylal's most cherished memory? I'm actually more curious, does Rylal have a cherished memory?
The only, call it cherished, memory that he would have is the meeting with Sombriar. Because at that point,
that's a pretty good memory, yeah.
Because at that point, escape and aggression towards myself from my people, and he was the only one to show me a certain kindness that I've never known.
You feel tendrils trying to take that memory. In your other hand, you feel a darkness, of which you could almost give that to it, to supersede the taking of that memory. But you also feel that you can fight through it if you can find the right path. What would you like to do, Rylal?
I'd be pissed.
Okay.
I am being subdued by something, as well as there would have been mental torture that I would have probably gone through during training anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So the idea of someone trying to break me, I would know fairly well.
How would you like to try to fight it, if that's what you want to choose?
I would go into a rage
Oh,
to
well, here's the thing.
see if I could shake it.
Going into a rage will shake it, will stop giving away either, but it does knock you unconscious in this moment. But yeah, it's almost kind of an auto succeed there.
So far they're all down, yeah?
Yeah, people are falling all around you.
Awesome.
We're gonna be
This is
fine.
Great.
Listen,
Yeah.
it's gonna be fine.
The thing is, it's happening
Yeah.
so fast.
They're still
it's very
breathing,
much
but they're
slow
just-
motion. No one's died or anything. Mr. Dawnkeeper, what's your most cherished memory?
I think it would be a time where my father would take me and my sister into the forge.
Yeah, when he was
and
healthy.
yeah, when he was healthy, happy and, showing us what the Dawn Keepers do when creating and inventing.
So you do feel it. And as it gets to you, there's almost a desperation from these wraith-like hands that are reaching out. In your left hand, you feel that memory. You see it, you feel it, you live it. In your right hand, you feel darkness. And you feel that there is a stalemate being presented by your decision. Literally, fate is in your hands. Survival in the immediate, or sacrifice of what you hold dear, or something in between. Mr. Alex Dawnkeeper, what would you like to do in this situation?
He would treat this as like a mental test.
Mm-hmm.
He's rashly thinking, he's like, he doesn't believe what's happening, so he's gonna try to.
You are the most analytical.
He would just try to weather the storm, in a sense. So he would just think over his head the family quote.
Yeah.
Progress is a path lit by invention. The spark is the courage to be different. And I just hold on to that memory and that thought and try to weather the storm.
Roll for me. For you. Is there such a thing as an intelligence saving throw? Can you imagine in this situation?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
what
there
I... No, I know there is. But it's just not asked for enough. I want that. Because it's the only thing that makes sense in this moment for you to analytically try and play chess with what's going on.
I think it's
How often...
Oh, he's not an artificer.
He kind of is, but he's not.
Yeah, their artificers are proficient, I think, though, in intelligence.
He's trying to outsmart what's going on, though. I don't see any other way.
Yeah.
13 plus 5, 18.
Not bad.
Not bad.
So, Everett and Jophiel. The two of you, like, you snap back almost instantly. You as well, being the two that kind of handed something over. And you look around you and you see everyone kind of sprawled out around this codex. And each of you feel in this moment you can either take it and leave, or leave it. It's up to you.
The codex?
Yeah.
I mean, I would grab the people. I'm fucking trying to grab Alex and fucking
Everett begins
hoist his
to like
ass up.
try and grab your allies and push them back toward the monolith.
Oh, yeah, I would do the same, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want the book. Jophiel doesn't want the book.
Understood.
And if
None of it's going to
and
cost their
if-
lives. It's not worth it.
and if Everett doesn't make any a mention towards the book, she wouldn't go towards it.
Gotcha. Okay, to the rest of the party.
Cool.
So, to the rest of you,
Stupid fighter.
Xyrra, Rylal, Cedric, and Alex Dawnkeeper. You guys open your eyes and you watch as Everett and Jophiel have walked on the other side of the monolith and are closing it. And they seal you behind it. Water, black water begins to fill the chamber. What do you guys want to do?
I wouldn't believe that.
The analytical mind of you could see as that was a bit of a problem. Understood. What about the rest of you? Kind of the immediate. I'll throw you an RP here. Like, black water is filling the chamber, and there's this beckoning coming from the codex that is hovering there in the center. You watch as your two allies leave you. But I would say that Xyrra immediately is just like standing there like, this isn't real.
They wouldn't leave us, you're right.
Could I would be like looking around, like
Trying to fight it?
Trying to fight it, yeah.
Yeah, well, I've got two. I'm trying to fight it. So Alex and Xyrra, you guys are trying to fight it. But what about Rylal and Sir Cedric? What's your initial kind of reaction here? That's what I'm looking for
What
most
the fuck?
of. Rylal's is you're still raging. You're still raging. I'm going to take that into account. It's very much like you're very much aware there's something going on here that's not right.
There would be battle axe would be in.
Yeah,
hand.
you're ready for
Like,
anything. So, Sir Cedric, you're kind of the one that kind of groggily comes to. You're not drunk anymore. Mr. Paladin, Light of Essos. What would you like to do?
Don't I have like sense good and evil?
You do.
Dangerous sense or something? Divine
Yeah,
sense?
yeah, I feel like you do.
That's a
About danger
paladin
sense.
Yeah.
3.
Would danger sense kick in here?
Divine sense.
You're
As an
raging.
action,
That's
you can
why
take-
you don't. I'm not asking you to do anything more other than just be prepared. So danger sense.
Danger sense is like a reflex
Yeah,
too.
divine sense. As an
Divine
action, you can-
sense.
You can detect good and evil until the end of your next turn.
Yes.
You can sense anything affected by the hollow spell or know the location of any celestial, fiend, fey, undead within 60 feet of you that is not above the total cover.
Yeah,
So that's what it is.
yeah. So you kind
I'm
of
gonna try that. just to
you
see what
try divine sense. There is both good and evil emanating from the codex. And in this moment, Cedric, you feel that it's one of those artifacts that both needs protected, understood, and hidden from the world. You guys have opened the door to it.
Oh.
This is like a cross to bear now.
And unfortunately, I don't mean this to be fall upon you, but you're the one that's kind of understanding.
Bear crosses.
Yeah, it's one of those moments like. Yeah, I mean, with what I've said, what is your idea? Rylal seems to be at your side, ready to do whatever is about to happen. Like, if it's dangerous, you're going. If it's good, we're good. Xyrra. It's complicated with you because you're feeling the same thing as Cedric, except for you want to know what's in the beyond the bindings. Mm-hmm. This book is it's so empowering to you in a way that it's kind of like the
I
One
want it.
Ring. You want it. And then Mr. Dawnkeeper, you're very much in the middle.
Can I use my mark? Do
you want to?
Insight? Yes.
Ooh, interesting. I would say if you enact your mark here, that it would put you in the same kind of perpetual, the middle ground as Rylal. It would make you indifferent. It would break you from the decision and allow you to kind of exit stage left along with Rylal, knowing that this is all an illusion. Rylal, yours is very much more bestial. You know it's an illusion, but you need to aid your allies. The last two that are kind of entrapped in this is Xyrra and Cedric. So, with you two here, now in this moment, all alone, there is a book between you. And it's that decision on, do we leave it here, or do we take it? And I'm going to, as we end tonight's session, give you two a RP moment. Xyrra and Cedric, you must decide whether or not the Codex leaves with you or you leave it in this interdimensional space. I hand the night over to you two.
Is this book even safe here anymore? Now that we've
I
broken the
fear-
seal?
I fear it is not any longer.
Well, I would be lying if I said I wasn't leaning towards taking it with us, because who knows what's inside.
At this point, it's probably the safer option to know that it's within our hands.
And if I'm being honest, I must tell you I also have another book in my possession that is quite dangerous. If anyone of in power were to find it. So this would not be the first dangerous tome that I hold.
So you have experience with these dangerous tomes.
It's so fitting.
Banned books is my shit.
I do. And I would be happy
Well-
to carry this one.
There may not be someone more suited than yourself to carry the tome.
I would immediately start walking towards it just to grab it.
Do you allow that, Cedric? Do you allow her to take hold of the tome, the codex?
Yeah, I mean that.
When me and Alex see
So
this-
Cedric's understanding is that
Your
This book
your
is-
rage and then Alex's indifference has essentially put you with Jophiel and Everett on the other side of the barrier, watching everything take place. It's came down. This codex is almost like something that is trying to survive, trying to eke its way out, and it's came down to two individuals, and Xyrra goes to grab it.
Of course I do.
And Cedric allows it.
yeah, it feels like the tome is going to be some sort of volatile power that could go into the hands of bad. It probably will at this point, with knowing these fucking tax pirates that are hanging around. So we might as well.
I love the fact that I introduced taxation in such a way to aggravate my players. But Cedric, as you become
Aggravating.
I know. Cedric, as you are understanding in this moment and allowing this to happen, you also fall unconscious, which means that you kind of awaken on the other side of the monolith with the rest of your party. Xyrra, you stand before the codex. Mm-hmm. Do you grab it?
Yes.
Roll for me. And I need you to keep those 2 rolls for next session, because we'll get to that and what else you found.
I have them written.
Good. I need you to roll for me. This is a relatively easy check. It's a DC 13 Constitution saving throw as you grab the book. And let me know what you get, whether you pass or fail.
Pass.
So, as you grab the book, you immediately attune to the codex.
Yeah.
Oh.
Your head kind of falls back, and it then falls forward as the book opens to a random page called The Tongue of Babel. You gain the ability to speak and understand all languages. However, the rest of you, as this door opens and this veil and illusion lifts, you watch as her head kind of falls back again, her tongue protrudes, and you watch it dissolve and be replaced by this black forked tongue version of what it once was, glowing with these tattooed runes.
Yeah.
One of your eyes, as you kind of fall forward, what color were your eyes?
Right now they're amber.
One eye remains amber, the other one turns dark silver, which allows you to read any written language.
So I can now understand
All languages. You can read and understand, but you are now not only cursed, but entranced and bound to the codex.
Okay.
And that's where we'll end tonight's session.
Yeah. I'm excited.
I knew that book was coming with us. I
Of course
knew
that was
it.
you.
I knew it.
The Codex of Lost Voices. You now have 1 replaced eye and 1 replaced tongue.
Okay.
You're bound. Let's go. We have 2 curses in the party. 3,
Three.
4. 4 curses. Holy
4?
shit.
1, 2,
It's a lot of curse.
3.
I'm not-
Oh
I mean,
yeah,
I'm not-
and then 4.
Wait, am I
okay.
cursed?
No, we're the only two that
just
aren't.
broken memory. Is that a curse?
No, Alex Dawnkeeper's Cedric.
Oh yeah, yeah. I
Rylal.
forgot you're
I don't.
cursed.
Yeah, I don't think that bad luck is a curse.
See this side of the table is the uncursed.
Yeah, yeah.
All y'all
good.
on this side are cursed.
You guys did
We
great.
just
By the
forget
way,
shit.
because you gave it up and then didn't fulfill, your memories do come back to you.
No, cool.
You didn't give them up.
Yeah.
Good on you for raging. Good on you, Alex, for going the astute route.
It was raging or
Shawn.
taking both balls and
Yeah.
slamming them
Raging
together.
works so well, but I
Yeah.
just, in my heart of hearts, I just knew that Tatiana was going to be the one that ended up with
Oh,
this
yeah.
fucking book.
Absolutely.
Oh, and when it
Oh
came
my
down
gosh.
to Ian and Tatiana, I was like, there ain't no way he's going to take another curse on. Ain't no
No.
way.
No.
He gonna let her to get
This
it.
codex is very
Well,
powerful.
I would have if it didn't make it makes
Right.
the most sense for her to have.
Right.
Yeah.
But this codex is very powerful. The thing is it's very much like Shawn's progression of his homebrew class. Like at every feat level, there's a chance for a new page to be unlocked. But if you fuck up, things get really bad. But
Okay.
if you can maintain Baldur's Gate 3, the Necronomicon.
Dark
Yeah.
art.
I didn't.
Right.
Yeah.
If you got a line
darker
to walk,
stuff. If you can't read each page, things get really bad. But if you can read each page, it leads to something really cool. Just out
I'm
of
excited.
curiosity, what was your die 10 roll?
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
It was a 2.
A 2? This is kind of fun too. So go ahead and write in your notes, Tome of Forbidden Rites. And we will get to what that was next session.
Okay.
That was fun.
It was.
Yeah.
That was fun. It was very much a kind of part 2 and kind of letting our hair down and having fun, meeting Toby and all that. But we had a fun
Toby.
little
I
encounter.
love Toby.
I do
You
too.
guys bypassed a really crazy
Toby.
encounter by not going and looking to see what was in the thicket. I'll save it for another time. Damn, that would have been hilarious. I'm not going to say whether it was good or bad. You made it to the Wayfarer's Rest. I think we're going to make it to fucking Duskendale next session. It's only taken
probably.
I need a forge.
11. You need a forge, but
Get
that was
this
good.
man a hammer.
That was good. I really enjoyed that. And I can't wait for the aftermath of the Codex here as well. So, yeah, good time, guys. Good
Yay.
job. Y'all did great.
Yeah.
Y'all killed it. I
Yeah.
can't stop it here, but yeah, good night or whatever, and I'll go over there and turn everything off.
Oh, bye.
Actually, I'll do it here in a moment. But yeah.
That's-
No, that was fun. That really was.
Can I also speak all languages?
You can speak, read, and write.
Okay.
And
Oh,
it's not
Lord.
just languages; it's also sigils and ancient dialect.
Okay.
That means we can talk to you in secret.
Yeah, it's
can.
it's kind of
We
crazy.
could talk in secret anyway.